Okay, cool. Amazing. So, hello, everyone. Should we do a roll for recap? I would like.
Yes.
Would anybody like to volunteer to recap?
I would not.
No? Cool. Number closest to 10, please.
17.
18.
Oh.
Duh.
Okay. Wait.
Let me just
Oh
get
yes.
Palin's notes
4
up.
is closer to 10 than 17. All right.
Okay.
Just.
I'm gonna roll out my bed rolls now. Come on, please.
It's a Brian recap. I feel like it's been a little while since we had a Brian recap. A brand.
I'm still in Among Us on my iPad.
And then
Oh yeah, I
Khalil was
still got
imposter.
everything open, I think, from last night when we were playing. I don't actually have a lot of notes for this one.
Yeah. Don't mind me just stealing.
Don't mind me just stealing.
How do I make this bigger? What do I do when it's like that? Go away. I don't know. I don't like it how the iPad opens up other apps, and I'm like, there we go.
Oh yeah, it doesn't put it in the full screen though. I dislike.
It's just okay.
Dang.
Right. Session 95.
So
good one.
many.
We're
So many.
almost at 100, guys.
It's crazy.
Oh, shit.
Okay. So we pick back up with Saraza crying in the corner. Really just kind of sets the
Oh my
the
god.
mood, doesn't it? We all try to comfort Saraza. He's kind of just upset and he's a bit regretful at crushing Cass's rock, but he's not quite ready to speak to her. Loran and Brian quickly establish that they're able to function, at least for now, and Slya seems to also have her game face on. But at the same time, we're all kind of close to exhaustion, so we decide to have a rest. And we have a sanctum set up in the forge. So our watches. Before we set up our watches, Brian also contacts his father to get him to bring back our favorite dead tiefling, Neff. Very sad.
Of all the dead
Um,
tieflings, this is our favorite one.
This is our favorite dead one. We also message Lorella with a message from Saraza, but she does not reply. So the first watch is Cass. She's not doing so good. She can't stop thinking about Neff, but nothing really happens on her watch and she goes back to sleep. Second watch is Loran and Brian. Brian is scared that Loran is going to die, but he promises to protect him. He adorns him in kisses. I really liked that phrasing, Aylin. It's very cute. Loran thinks that they can actually negotiate with Taravine and brings up the option for diplomacy. Brian doesn't know what we have to offer and doesn't want it to see anyone ending up in those metal boxes in the forge. Loran is kind of compromised and he decides to have a little nap, whilst Brian takes over the rest of the watch. It is relatively uneventful. Third watch is Bluey and Slya. Now, something fun does happen in this watch because we get introduced to Ruby, who just... What can I say about Ruby? Just makes an entrance. Ruby is Thomas's stand-in character, whilst Neff is R.I.P. A little kobold who has come sent to us, bestowed to us from. She's great. She's red. It's the Ruby. Speaks Common and Draconic. Worships the ground that Bluey walks on. We all wake up and we're a bit sus of Ruby at first, but she seems fine. She seems like she can give us some help. So we decide not to be immediately sus and kick her out. There's a lot of information here, as usual.
I
Shout out to
saw
Aylin's
Ruby
notes.
fake a task. We gotta vote her out, dude.
Yeah. Loran manages to ascertain that the contracts are in fact in the forge. We just don't know exactly where they are. We decide that after a little group chat, we are not going to proceed with our plan to forge ahead, no pun intended, and get the contracts. Because we think we might die, and we decided we want to regroup, have a discussion, and try diplomacy. Also, Brian can use the mirror to see what would have happened if we went into the contracts room. We do, however, want to make a bit of a scene before we leave, because, of course, we're the disappointment crew. we split up into 2 squads. Most of the people remain back in the little sanctum, whilst Brian, Loran, and Cass go to wreck some shit. They set off some fire, explode the main room with the boxes that are transforming the Fae into vessels. Loran makes sure to leave the fireballs actually directly on those boxes so that to put them out of their suffering, essentially. We dimension door out, and Brian immediately starts casting Windwalk so we can zoom out of the volcano. There seems to be a lot of chaos going on as we leave, exactly as intended. We go up and through the entrance of the volcano and into the clouds above. And whilst we're up there, we see a dragon just chilling. It's great. Apparently it's copper, gold, bronze, one of those vague metallic colors. There's a note here from Aelin, which is a fun theory, saying it could be Sorella in disguise. Mayhaps. Who knows? We missed all the way back to our room in the inn, and we land and we change back. When we're back in the room, Loran and Brian immediately hit the drinks. Cass and Bluey have a little chat, just to kind of bond over their shared trauma of losing Neff. We all settle down. Sarah starts crying again. As you do. He is not very friendly to Ruby. Does not really appreciate having another friendo with us. Not so soon after losing Neff. But he seems to accept that she's going to be there and help us out for the time being. Loran decides to send the next message to Roll Me, and I think I'm going to read this one out in full because it was beautiful. So what Brian wanted him to say was, "Hello, how is Neff and yourself? Going well. What race did she come back as?" And what Loran decided to say was, "Daddy dearest, hello, it's me, your son, your favourite son. Neff? ? What kind?" Which is amazing that Roll Me actually knew what he meant, but yes, that's just Loran, isn't it? Then we have a cutscene, one of our rare favourites, and we see Roll Me preparing to enter. Oh my gosh. The document is a little bit corrupted in this part, but I will do my best to remember kind of what happened. So, it's fine. Romy and Lucas are standing outside of Brian's bedroom, and Romy tries to co-opt Lucas into going in and assessing the situation. Lucas says, "No, thank you, sir. I did not get permission. You did." Romy does tell Lucas that Neff has passed away and he's going to bring her back, so Lucas decides to go to Shissul, I think, or was it Kalkan? Either way, I don't know. Yeah, to look after Daniel. And Romy does, in fact, enter the room. It seems normal, though he does note that all of Quirrell's gifts to Brian have disappeared. Of course. He finds 2 chests, one of which he immediately closes and decides not to look inside. The other one is full of hair, and he selects the bit of hair that belongs to Neff and takes it to Brian's flower garden, where he finds Kev tending a rose bush. Kev agrees to stand and be vigilant as Neff is covered in snow and reincarnated. It takes an hour, but we eventually find out that Neff is brought back as a Lightfoot halfling. And it's very cute. And everyone breathed a sigh of relief that it wasn't a gnome. So, Neff is back. She's back in the game. We're not sure Neff's going to be playing this game, but at least she's back. We will go collect her at some point. Immediately jumps up and tries to hug Romy. Romy threatens to throw her in jail. It's the first thing that happens to Neff in her new life.
Hug me right to jail.
Right to jail.
Don't hug me, I'm scared.
So,
You
yeah.
you come into my palace, you try to sell me sweaters, right to jail. That's all.
She then tries to hug Kev, and Kev eats himself into a rose bush because apparently being sliced up by thorns is better than getting hugged. So the 3 of them walk around the palace. Romy is leading the little squad. It's very cute.
Quite literally a little squad.
Yeah, it is the little
Brian's
squad. Sir Brian's dad. Kev is crying because he's worried about Brian's safety after Neff tells him how she died. Neff is attempting to console him, but somehow making it worse, so it's a good scene. Romy does message Loran back, surprisingly, with the information that Neff is a halfling, and we are all relieved. We have a hug, and everyone is eventually absorbed into the hug, except Ruby. And that's where we left off, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Indeed it is. So, do you guys have any questions about the last game before we go forward? Anything you want to ask? Anything you want to know? Who's the big bad? Ha, I knew you'd ask me that. I'm not going to tell you. Which, as if you don't already have some ideas. So, coming back in, you find yourselves all in the second of the 9 tavern.
That's the name.
Breaking apart. Yeah, that is the name. Breaking apart from your group hug. Ruby, you watch as they sort of like go, sort of slowly drift back to the tasks at hand. You see, Bluey, what are you doing?
Oh.
You can be doing anything, quite literally. You've got downtime now.
I think maybe looking out, seeing how people are feeling. I think
You see, yeah.
preparing ourselves to perhaps comfort someone else if they need it. But I feel like the group hug was good.
Cool.
Yeah.
Ruby, you see Bluey kind of flittering about between the various group members. And you think,
She flitters with such divine grace.
with such divine grace, perhaps I should tail her, learn her ways. Your instinct is to serve and assist in any way possible. Saraza, everyone else you see, Saraza kind of take a deep breath and calm himself down. And he approaches you, Slya, and he says, well, now that we know she's alive, maybe would you message Lorella once more?
Of course. What do you want me to say?
Just she's back. She's changed, but she's still ours.
Okay. I will send that with the addition of Sarazar's name at the end.
Vague and dramatic, just how we like it.
Very good.
She's changed, but she's still
Don't tell
ours. Who knows?
She's in the enemy nation.
Very niche.
Oh yeah.
Lorella says, after a moment, gosh, what did she sound like? It's been a bit. Oh, he's actually very...
So, Neff is a lot more portable now than she was before.
So you chopped her into tiny pieces.
Did you say portable?
Yes.
Oh.
That's my impression of Sarazar. I don't know why he sounds like this. It's just dramatic.
Saraza.
I've gone through a lot.
No, I can't.
Okay.
I can do Saraza.
Saraza doesn't have quite like the... I know I give him that kind of like gravelly tone, but he doesn't have like the lowest voice ever. He has that. He has the Dehane lilt.
Have you heard all my like bootleg AU voices? Wherever I do like Brian impressions or whatever.
Oh my god, I want to hear it. I want to hear it. I don't know what I have to say. I want to hear this.
Alright, Brian, what's a line that Brian would say?
What's a classic Brian line? I don't know. Something dramatic and sappy.
I just can't help being so dramatic and sappy. Loran, hold me! There's like that one video that you took from like ages ago that was hilarious.
It was
I
very.
remember it vividly.
It was when I was trying to do my confession to Loran, and I was like throwing ideas out, and Tom was like, "I'll give you an example of how to do it," and I was like, "Oh no."
It's one of my greatest
I've been
improv.
meaning to tell you all this time, but I suppose the time is now.
This is bullying.
That's my bootleg Brian.
I love him. It's not bullying if it's love.
Yeah. And that's now we get bootleg Sarazar.
Danuel
That's
says.
just sultry. You know?
Wait, say it
It's
again.
not bullying if it's love. I can't do it.
Say what again? Say what
Sarazar.
again?
Who was that?
No, that's not right. You know, he's in my AU. Sarazar's like sultry and like mysterious. I've gone through a lot.
More than a bit attractive Saraza.
If you've seen the things that I've seen,
Sounds like Jon Snow.
you wouldn't have made it out alive.
Jon
Loran,
Snow.
you don't know what I've gone through. Oh, quit being so dramatic, Sarazar.
And bootleg Brian.
All the bootlegs.
You got it. You really have got it down. Oh no! It's like, okay, I don't know if you know this is a thing, but obviously Disney and Pixar release their big animated movies, whatever. But smaller studios will look at the like success of Disney and Pixar and be like, we need to make one. And like, and when I say smaller, I mean like
Yeah.
much smaller, not
5
And not
people
like-
in a trench coat.
some, yeah, essentially. And like, I think it's
One
mostly
whack
just
on
like,
between them.
yeah, literally, I think it's just like students somewhere practicing. So I don't necessarily think that they intend it for like widespread audiences, but people find them anyway. So there's like these like rip-offs of like Up or like Monster versus Aliens, which are just like which basically I imagine that like that is the voice acting. That
Yeah, this is like the voice acting of like
one person
fake
doing
ones.
lots of different inflections. I like it. I like it.
It's like we're like the bootleg studio.
The bootleg studio. They're kind of fun though. I feel like.
What would the bootleg show be called if we have got the disappointment crew? Yeah, displeasing squad.
This is more disappointing crew.
Yeah, the displeasing team.
Even more displeasing.
The inadequate posse.
The inadequate posse. That's so funny.
So Lorella says,
Sorry, that's what Lorella says.
I'm not even looking at my notes anymore. What the heck? How did that happen? Hang on. Okay, so fuck.
Dearest
I'm just
Salazar,
thinking the
it's so
irrelevant
nice to
posse
hear
is
your
what-
voice again.
Right.
Lorella laughs in her reply.
Oh my god.
Just laughing at Thomas. I wasn't trying to do an
I'm
impression
sorry.
of... Anyway.
You hear just Lorella's voice sounds hoarse and raw, but
Yeah.
you're able to make out. Thank you. Fuck you. No. He says, okay, she just says thank you, and that's great, and I love my daughter, and I love you. Woo. That's it.
Ooh, I love her too.
Peace out, Lorella, ex-empress, running out of words. That's what she says. Running out of words. That's it. I'm not even. That's it.
Lorella's
That's
just
what
a
she says.
gangster now. I love her. Peace out, bitches.
Been rat kinged.
Rat kinged.
No, I feel. Oh,
So best
Lorella's
Christ
the godfather.
knockoff voices for all of them. I'll do knockoff voices for all of you guys.
that's what you're gonna get. I'm gonna say it's
Pay you
freaking
monies.
canon.
Okay.
Sure.
She's having a
Did you
day.
really say
She's a little
bitches?
tipsy.
Bitches.
Brian, did you really say bitches?
Bitches.
What is this?
Oh my god.
She was really
know.
drunk.
Oh
Neff has changed. I think Lorella has changed.
Lorella's changed.
So I was just like,
Mom, you look so
I was just like-
different.
I get it.
I like
You don't know what I've seen.
I like the bling, Mom.
I raised 3 children, one of whom was you. You don't know the horrors.
Dropping a new album coming soon, featuring Snoop Dogg and Lorella.
What was the Oh my god. Why is this happening? D&D.
No.
Okay, so you pass on this information to Sarazar, I assume?
Yes.
Cool. He says great. I'm trying to calm myself, but I'm struggling. He says, thank you. I know she's not here, but she'll be back. I can't be serious. I'm sorry. You've all ruined me. Each and every single one of you.
I can't believe she said bitches in her quote back to me. That's so unlike her.
Brian's in the corner like
Oh!
Oh.
Oh. We've got...
is it
Oh,
Georgia?
that's like,
It is me.
Hey!
Hello.
Hello.
George! Oh, you did it! I'm so proud of you.
If it's any consolation, it's only 9:10 here, so technically I'm kind of early. So that is not true. Sorry guys, multiple things happened this morning. Thought we were playing tomorrow, and then the clock's turned back.
That's so good. You missed recap and
Not much
ascending.
has happened.
No.
Literally
Okay.
nothing. Literally, I could barely even get through a single line. Sarazar says, thank you, Slya. I
Tap
know
your
you-
head. Sorry. like Simon says. I'm just going to mute myself and eat my breakfast.
Cast shush. Right, I don't know why I keep losing my train of thoughts. I'm going to start again, Slya.
Very
I hope you don't mind. I'm very emotionally compromised, and you know how it is. Us Danes have problems getting. Actually, I can just stop at problems. So, thank you, is what I wanted to say. That's really it.
Of course. Whatever you need.
You notice that small kobold is hanging off of Bluey's tail.
Yes. I'm trying not to focus on it, to be honest.
I guess it just
like Thomas's camera's not focusing on him. There we go.
I know I was rude to her, but I am struggling because, of course, Neff's not here, but it just feels strange. Wrong, almost.
Ruby just reminds me so much of her. Sorry. Sorry.
It's like trying to... Well, it is bringing somebody in when we're all vulnerable, and it's just difficult to be welcoming.
What do I do now? I have no framework for this.
Neither do I. I'm just looking for the next thing to do.
Yeah. I don't even know if I don't even know if I know what the next thing is.
Information, meetings, contracts.
Yeah. I'm worried about Brian and Loran. Ulster and Loran.
Brian is sitting on the bar top, having a few drinks. He's fine.
I've got
I'm
another.
still worried about him.
Yeah, so yeah, I'm still worried about him too.
Neff, what do you want to do? Oh, Ruby, what do you want to do?
Neff, what do you want to do? I want to chase after Rolamy.
Go on.
Alright, as punishment, I've got another bootleg line for bootleg Sarazer.
Oh,
I'm worried.
God.
I'm worried about Ryan and All-Star. I want to hang onto Bluey's tail with vigor. Bluey, how much are you swinging your tail around? I just realized Neff doesn't have a tail anymore.
No.
No tail, no horns.
Fun Halloween
I
idea.
feel like
Halfling
You can still be purple.
cosplaying as tiefling.
I will allow her to still be purple.
Maybe, yeah, like get some fake horns to just like ease herself into being a
Prosthetic horns.
I just
I think
realized
Sarah's was going to do that, by the way.
my fake cosplay horns that I have can now be Neff's real fake horns. So my fake
Oh my
horns
god!
can be her. They're the real fake horns.
I love
Accurate
that.
cosplay. Can I roll like a strength check to see if I can like hold onto Bluey?
Sure.
If Blue will try and I guess like
Do you reckon Dragonborns shed their tails? Like lizards do?
look, I don't want to think about that.
This has been a great game, guys. So good.
Yeah.
Bluey's tail falls
Go
off.
on. How's the strength? Yes.
Pops in for a thumbs up.
Alright, I'll
Go
roll a
on.
strength check.
Should I roll a strength check to like lift her up? Like,
Roll a dexterity check, please. Or your acrobatics.
Okay.
Okay, rolling bad but good modifiers. That is a 12.
12.
Ooh, 19.
Wait, no, sorry.
19.
That's a
Don't know
saving
what that
throw.
is.
It's actually like 8. Never mind.
Okay, 8.
Oh.
That's bad. You are not strong enough to test the theory as to whether Dragonborn tails peel off or drop off like lizard tails do. But Bluey, you do feel the weight of a small kobold being kind of like latched onto the end of your tail. About now.
Is it safe to say I'd never have like known the weight of a kobold before? This is new information.
In your life you've never yet known the weight of a kobold, but now you are learning.
I like this image of Bluey like moving her tail around like with the kobold touch, and she's like, yes. Okay.
Indeed. This is almost as if it's an extension of my own tail.
It's like weight training.
Much like the blade is an extension of your arm. This kobold Ruby is an extension of my tail.
Yes.
And you finally understand what it must be to be a god with followers and unlimited power.
Ooh. I think Blue will shut down that thought real quick.
Lest you become cruel.
I'm only using what the gods gave me. Should I give Cruel a really like strong British accent from now on?
Oh,
give us a sample. Give us a sample. Go.
I'm only using what the gods gave me.
I'm only using what the gods gave me.
Also, I'm just imagining a world where Bluey is the big bad, and it is very entertaining to me.
Oh gosh.
I'd like you to kill one more. I guess I just don't hear my voice being that British, because obviously I just speak all the time in this accent. Actually, my regular accent has gotten a bit whack because I've not lived in the UK for like 2 years now.
That'll do it.
Yeah. Rightio,
just
boys.
Chill with me for a little bit, and it'll be back to its normal English.
Yeah. Whenever I talk to my parents on the phone, I'm always like, "Oh, cheerio, pop, pop, pippin, cheerio." I don't know what I'm saying.
I'm gonna go Sloo again. This is
okay. So,
Cheerio, just popping off to the loo.
I'll pop to the loo. I'll still say it. Bluey, what are you? What were you going to do with this newfound weight on your tail?
I guess I'll either implicitly or explicitly kind of like check how Ruby's doing. I think she just seems enthused to be trying to hold on to a tail. I don't think it's occurred to her that this might be testing the tail strength or whatever.
Sorry, Ruby, do you have anything to say to Bluey?
Say again.
Do you have anything to say to Bluey?
My goodness, Blue One, your tail is quite divine. It's so strong and sturdy, as a goddess's tail should be.
I mean, not a full god, demigod.
My apologies, as a demigoddess's tail should be.
That's alright. I mean, thank you.
Oh, it is my pleasure.
I'm very flattered.
As am I.
And look, you gotta be, obviously you're strong enough to hold on to it, so clap. Yep, well done.
I'm humbled. The Blue One dares clap for me, a peasant of no nobility. I'm humbled.
It's okay.
All praise, ole, the Blue One.
And
humility knows no bounds.
Saraza, who's been watching this the whole time, turns back to you, Sleer, and says, "We're going to ignore that and focus on what I was saying before." Yeah, I'm worried about looks to Bluey. I'm actually worried about Ulster and Loran, but maybe I suppose I'm worried about Bluey as well. But
and Brian.
My brain is in too many places at once.
There's too many tasks to handle.
I feel like a goose with many goslings surrounding me, except rather than deciding to follow me like a gosling might, these goslings have decided to run beneath the wheels of various carriages and thoroughfares, and I have to wrangle them again.
Brian is mixing an adios mofo, just pouring in the shots and just like a bit of blue on top. It's like stir. Does anyone else want one? He calls over.
Loran is just like a mouth open, lying on the bar, like
he starts
any moment now. Body shots.
Oh god.
Sarah says, "I need to leave this room before it's too late, please."
No, we're not leaving until we have a plan and we start things going.
There is no plan. There is nothing. I'm nothing. I can do nothing.
Huzzah.
Slaya's just gonna like take his hand and walk him over to the bar.
Oh, I can't. I shouldn't.
Sarah, what can I make for you?
I haven't gotten drunk since I was an adolescent. Please.
But I think it's good. I think it's good for you. Just a little bit. Not trash, but just a little bit.
Rather than alcohol, how about we plan?
Sarah,
There is no
love
plan,
it.
only the pain within.
If I mix this wine with this juice, I don't know what the juice is from, but
Maybe
it's purple. So if I mix wine with the purple, it'll be a really deep purple.
Make competing persuasion checks. Brian has a disadvantage.
Disadvantage.
Brian, only Brian has disadvantage.
One was a natural 20, the other one's a 15 plus persuasion.
Yeah.
21.
Holy shit. And Slya,
Oh, I'm making a persuasion check to like get him not to drink.
you're
Slaya's
competing.
not
Plan
necessarily
or
saying
drink.
don't drink.
He wants to drink less. He wants to drink that concoction less. But it's a competition to see whoever rolls highest.
Come on, Slya.
I mean, it's a 17. It's not gonna.
17.
What about a lovely hot chocolate?
Everyone, if Sarah wants to drink, let him have one.
I'm not saying don't drink. I'm just saying maybe you can drink and plan. And
Okay, and he downs
Worried
the drink that Ulster has prepared for him.
It's 90% alcohol.
That's
Also-
that is hand sanitizer. He says,
Yeah.
and I just need to
I've
find
seen
out
that on sale in Italy before. No, Croatia. Do you know what it was called? Alcohol. That was on the bottle.
Pure alcohol.
Alcohol. It didn't even have a name. And my sister was like, "Oh, let's just buy it and one shot each and we'll be done." And I was like, "Yeah." And put in hospital.
Done.
Like,
Really done.
So it was interrailing with me, my sister, and two of our friends. My sister and her friend, who were both nurses, were like, "Yeah, let's buy the 90% alcohol drink." And I was like, "No, let's go for the really cheap wine instead." Because
The worst I've ever had is like 50%, and that hurt.
yeah, no, I think
Like,
it was
that was-
90%.
how much.
or
How many percent is
100%.
absinthe?
Like 60 something?
60.
Okay, I've had a shot of absinthe before, and that was
Ugh.
I've had it in a cocktail. I've never had pure absinthe.
I
do want to try
hate
it.
absinthe. Tastes like aniseed. Devils.
I like
wanna see the green
Jägermeister
thing.
actually.
I hate Jaeger as well. Same problem. Ugh.
But Jacob,
Sambuca.
When
Also
my
do
mum
play
and dad came up to visit Durham, when I was a student there, we went to Clute together, which is like the worst nightclub in Dozer. And it was like a Monday, so there was like no one there except my parents and all of my uni friends. So like, I don't know, 7 other people. And they bought us all Jaeger bombs.
Emma, were you there when we took my mum to Camelot? Were you there that night?
No, wait. What? When? Wait. No.
Are you
trying
sure
to
you
remember.
weren't? Are you sure you
I
weren't
must-
there?
I was there, wasn't I? I was.
Yeah, it was just like us
Oh,
lot
yeah.
and my mum in Camelot, which, for context for everyone else, is obviously apart from Lily, is a dirty, dirty club in Japan, but very fun.
it's not as bad as Gas Panic.
Some fun
Oh
things
god,
happen.
no, Gas Panic
Gas Panic is trash.
Not like I can go back anyway.
We don't want to go back.
No.
It's like a storage closet. It's like, how do you do anything there? It's like,
storage closet of smoke
yeah, it's disgusting. At least Camelot has space.
Yes.
And tables.
and a
you can dance.
hairdresser occasionally.
And
Some-
the VIP area.
And the
where you
VIP
can
area.
appear in. Depending on the day, you'll be allowed in there or you won't be.
Hmm.
Who knows? But yes, this is all. But I don't remember. what
Sarah's
the
just
fuck
drinking.
was- Sarah's just
yeah.
drinking.
And Slaya said,
Well
I'm
done.
not trying to convince you not to drink, but maybe you would like to express your concerns to the people you're concerned about.
Uh-huh.
A slither of like
Idea.
adios my food drips down Brian's
He's
chin.
actually like he's drooling just a little bit. Yeah, his
Yeah.
eyes have got a bit red.
He's like,
Which, considering
you
he's
all stare with
had a
concern.
drink, Slaya, it feels like she's well timed that suggestion.
My chest hurts. Hang on a second.
you can sit down. Brian slams him onto the bar.
Oh my god, strength
There
check.
you go.
Strength check.
Oh, I use a different dice. Okay. Oh, it's another 15. But I don't have a good modifier, so it's just a 15.
15. You kind of get the momentum, and Saraza takes it the rest of the way. What? Okay. So.
Brian starts stacking ice cubes on Sarah's head.
No, I can. It's cold.
4,
It's cold.
12. That's enough.
It's cold, like the sixth layer of hell. Anyway, my concerns are that you guys are very nice, and I love you both, and I don't want you to die.
Oh.
Aww.
Brian flops on his chest and pats it. We love you too, Saraza.
Yes, we do. Flops down as well, Loran. This is not what I envisioned when I drank that drink. Saraza was slowly being crushed. He turns his head and he looks over to Cass. Cass.
Is that Saraza or Loran?
Saraza.
Loran's not crushed, he's the crushy.
Oh, I see, yeah.
Cass, I'm sorry. I've not been a good Saraza to you. You are a gosling as much as the others are. I need to save you from being crushed. Come back! The carriage wheels, they're turning, they're coming for you. Come to me, quick.
Cass
Come
goes,
on, Cass.
but she's like, I'm sorry, Saraza. It was my fault.
Yeah, it was all of our faults. Any one of us who gave my plan a second thought could have predicted that. But
I think it's actually the fate's fault. May I throw my 2 cents in the ring?
Well, I don't necessarily think it was your fault.
I don't think it was. Well, actually, I don't know what happened, but Neff is fine. She's with my. Well, she's fine. Might be an overstatement. She's safe with my father. Oh, to comprehend, isn't it? I'm sure it's okay.
She's fine, but it's wrong.
Yeah, if you had said safe with your father to me once before, I would have thought, oxymoron. But actually now, I think he's warmed up to us and our whole group in its entirety, especially Neff. Especially Neff. And me, of course.
Oh yes, Daddy dearest.
Daddy dearest. That's actually
Brian just withers a little bit.
Yes. Let's just let our souls transcend our mortal forms for just a moment.
Cass, could you pass me another drink?
Cass passes
I can't
another
quit.
drink and does a shot herself as well.
So, as all of you are drinking, piling up on the bar, Slya just watching this looks like we need to plan. With Bluey flicking Ruby around on her tail in the background. Slya, you know the time is probably now if you want to get things done. And Saraza kind of looks to you and he says, oh wait, sorry, he's lying down, crushed. He just kind of looks up at you. He sees you. He says, you're upside down, Slya.
She just kind of places a finger on his forehead and casts Lesser Restoration.
Oh. Loran,
This is snoring because Brian's fast asleep.
Oh. Okay. Well, I don't want to wake him when he's asleep, but Loran, off. Are you asleep? No. Get off. So, yes, we have to plan. What are we doing next? Where do we want to go?
We said we wanted information, so probably Ballista.
All right. We need to go to the Fireforged.
Yes. I'm sure it's not. Oh, I don't know. I don't know if it's priority at the moment, but Bluey looks to the utterly bashed in armor. that she's discarded, and just going like, I don't know. Do you think I should try and get another sort of chest plate in the city? I mean, I'm not sure I have the money, and I don't want to sort of impose a debt on anybody, but I don't know.
We could try and see if Ballista's, since we're going to the forge anyway.
Yes. That's a good
Alternatively, you
idea.
could sign a contract with me and I can pay for one for you. Pay for a set.
Who's gonna
Brian is resurrected. Don't owe him favors.
raise her eyebrows?
How could you?
Is eyebrow like the part of the face?
You
not
have
just
that
the-
part of
the
your
hair?
face, yes. As
Yes.
a dragon.
Brow ridges.
Yeah, the brow ridge bit. Yeah, she raises her brow ridge. Ooh. No, we'll not be making
Don't
a
do
deal
it.
with Sarah. With Loran, sorry. Yeah.
Did you like... Also, you do like my favours, though.
I don't want you to be having favors with anyone else.
But of course I wouldn't be saying that kind of favours with Bluey, because...
Well,
Bluey
you have to lay those out in terms so I could approve the certain favors that you're
Okay, well,
intending
we'll
to do with Bluey.
Okay, well, what we'll need to do then is we'll need to drop a contract together, first of all.
Well, then we can do that now. Where's a pen and paper that I can
Oh,
read it?
right, come on. Right, sorry, Bluey, this is going to have to wait. We've got things to do. And Loran body, flips back behind the bar.
That's all right, Loran.
One hand just up, yank. Ulster comes down with him. And you hear the sound of quills and ink.
I think Slaya's just gonna put a hand on Brian's shoulder and just be like, "Honey, I think we need your mind." And cast
yes.
restoration.
No! Brian screams at Slya. And he just... Why would you do this to me?
We need you all there.
Around the favor thing's probably gonna happen.
I know. I was just seeing how much borrowed time we had.
Brian stands up. I'm unhappy.
As am I. But I suppose things we both know that Neff is alive now, we can't really mourn anymore. We have things to do. So, planning. I assume you'll be coming with us. Loran looks at you, Ruby.
Well, that's up to all of you, I guess. I don't want to impose where I'm not needed.
Okay, bye.
I mean, I think
Could use
Blue
her
would
as a
say
shield.
like,
That's true.
I think Blue would say, well, I mean, I'm not sure she'll blend in as she is. Actually, will I? I'm not sure I'll blend in either.
That's why we
Make
have
an
some
intelligence
magics.
check.
Yeah.
My cheeks.
Blue, how's your intelligence?
Int?
Int.
I think it's a -1.
I meant your-
yeah, 9.
9, okay.
Oh,
Oh no, yeah, not a single kobold in the city. No, well, you know there are some kobolds in the city, but you haven't seen that many. So who knows, maybe
Right.
she won't blend in, maybe she will. Maybe she won't, maybe she will.
We could carry you around like a big bear rug, but it's a dragon rug.
We could cover you
How
in...
flat can you go?
thinking back to the Underdark and don't want to be.
Yeah, no, the leather
Brian's
trade...
just grumpy that he's been greater restoration.
The leather trade here seems to be more in terms of those fancy fake outs rather than anything else.
We can paint carab spots on her.
Bluey, moo.
Wait, are we trying to disguise
convincing.
Bluey as the thing that they trade at the minute? Is that?
Are you
I think
sure we
Bluey-
need his mind, Slayer? We could drink more because this is not. We're not really getting ourselves anywhere, are we?
I think we need Bluey to be disguised as something that doesn't want to be cut up and sold.
I mean, Loran, can't you do your seeming again, or no?
Can't we do?
We haven't
like,
rested.
I'd like to do that.
Should
which
we
case-
message?
Well,
The
actually, no.
rest of
You
it?
have rested. I can do this. Yes.
Oh,
Yeah, you have. But
God.
It's like a kind of like a, one time a day kind of deal. At the moment, at least. I'm working on becoming more powerful, if that's even possible for me. It is. Anyway, yes, no, let's actually do some actionable planning. Hi. So my
Yes,
plan
please.
is we go to the Fireforge, we regroup with Ballista, and then we do something else. What that next thing is, well, maybe I don't know 100%, but I have some ideas of what we could do. But what do you think?
I need to recover some more magic before we go.
Okay. So Leah, you're so keen to plan. What are your thoughts?
We meet with Ballista. We give her the moss disguise if she needs it. We have the moss in the bag of holding.
Okay.
That way she can take care of the children on her own time. We go to her meeting with her contact, find out if we can if it's even feasible for us to attempt to bargain with Teravine, and if not, Brian, you were going to look in your mirror, I believe?
Yeah, I'll do that when I wake up.
Okay.
Need to have a rest. That's also why I was drinking. I tend to go to sleep very fast when I'm drunk. But now I can lie there in all my thoughts and concerns for a couple of hours before I eventually pass out into a state of nothingness.
I mean, you could also... I'm not stopping you from drinking again now that if we finish planning.
No, it would just feel rude, wouldn't it? Brian's eyes flick to the bar and then back. He's like,
It's not rude at all. I'm sorry for having to do that.
no, it's alright, I understand. You said you needed my mind, but I'm just a bit scared, right? I think.
I feel like at that, like, Slya just visibly, just her whole demeanor just softens, because she's just been empty up until this point.
Yeah, I'll do what you guys want to do.
What do you want to do?
I want to do many things, but I think it would be better if I used the mirror just to see what would have happened. I don't really know if this... Well, I trust Loran, but the diplomacy... I don't trust fiends. For obvious reasons. So...
From my understanding of mirrors like that, I'm pretty sure it's only the one person who can kind of see into it, like how it's meant to be seen. But we could sit with you if you wanted while you look into it, just so you don't, I don't know, if something awful or something really good happened for some reason, then we're like, oh damn, then you don't have to. Yeah.
Alright, okay. Yeah, I get you. Well, I'll have a rest. When I wake up, I can do it.
Why are we doing it at all?
So we can know if we can do it in the first place. And if this meeting with Teravine falls through, we go back and get the contract ourselves.
Okay. Okay. If it's all you want to do, I won't stop you doing it. I have a few concerns, but
what are your
nothing
concerns?
Yeah.
I just don't want us to... Look, that mirror, looking into it, right? It's going to show us a whole bunch of things we didn't do. And if the outcome is good, if the outcome is bad, if the outcome is anything, we can't let that affect us now. our state of mind now. It doesn't matter. It didn't happen. It's not real. And it's never going to be real. And I'm just concerned. Fuck it. I'm just scared that we're going to lose ourselves in there a bit.
Well, like Bluey said, no one else can see. I've used the mirror before. I'll see if it's an option. And if it's not, I'll say it's not. And if it is, I can advise on whatever I saw that worked.
It's still
I mean,
a
does it
burden
have to
put
be
on your
you, though?
shoulders.
Yeah, I don't know if it has to be you.
I've used the mirror before. I'm fine with it.
Well, people can learn how to use it. Other
It's my
people.
mirror.
It's very weird. Bluey thinking back to.
Yeah, but I don't want to lose you in there.
Mm.
I would be fine. I've seen. It looks at Sarasa and then away. It looks at Sarasa and then away. I've seen things, and it's fine.
Insight check.
If you are.
Yeah, sure.
If you are. Oh, there's a bit of an echo.
Yeah,
Right.
it's quite a big one.
I wish I could emote.
Is this better?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes.
Yeah.
23.
I think
No chance.
Brian looks like he's confident. Oh no, back. And maybe go to your microphone settings and just toggle it a bit.
Yeah. I wiggled it around, but I'll figure it again.
Mm.
How's that now?
A, B, C, D. Yeah, it's better, I think.
Mm.
I think it's better. Okay. Slayer sees that Brian thinks he can do it, and he seems to be okay. But he has seen things in the mirror before that he probably doesn't want other people to see. I think that's what he said.
Okay. Like I think she'll just kind of like give him a little squeeze on the shoulder and just kind of like nod, like if you think you can handle it. I believe in you.
Thank you. I can handle it. I'm not very breakable.
Doesn't make me worry any less.
Brian squeezes her hand. That's good.
Oh, I did say that.
You can tell
before.
Loran still looks quite uncomfortable. But he's staying silent. So if you want to proceed using the mirror, you may. There is nobody stopping you.
I think Brian was going to do it when he
In the
wakes up.
morning, after sleep.
Yeah.
What's
I mean,
you're not gonna do it right now? Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, for sure. Okay. So Loran then says, well, if that's happening, I suppose. So what else is happening? What else are we gonna do? What are we up to, guys?
Well, if some people need to rest to regain magic and strength, then I'm fine to keep sort of planning with others who don't need to rest.
All right, sounds good to me. Just so I know, we're going to go to Bleaster, organize other contact, and go from there. Whatever we can do. Attempted diplomacy. If we can't, we just see if it's feasible to break in. All right. Well, with that, I am going to go and nap. Brian, can I borrow some moss?
Can I come with you?
Of course you may. Let us
Brian gets
enjoy
up with
it
him.
together. We can make a terrarium of our own design. Sorry,
just
so
hear
you're
them
not
discussing as
invited.
they leave.
Holy crap.
Sarasa remains lying on the bar counter. He's just like, Loran's upset, I can tell. Oh well, that's his problem.
Sorry, sorry.
I'm not in a
Good
good
big
mood.
brother.
What should I do?
Sorry, what did Sarah say?
Oh well, That's his problem.
Sarah's there.
I know. I know. What should I do though? I don't want to insert myself where I'm not wanted.
Climb into the terrarium with them.
You could ask him if he wants a hot drink.
I think he wants an alcoholic drink.
Ah.
And that's usually Cass's forte.
Cass is like, as Sarah says that, Cass is like in the middle of like mixing up a drink, like, me? Sorry? Me? Me? This happened? Right here?
Me?
Yeah.
Us? Do you think you're someone else?
We could
You
work
mistake me for someone
together,
else.
help out Ren, make him feel better. I.e., Cass could make a drink, you could deliver it.
I'm not.
Hands over.
Oh god. I'll put it on ice and I'll find the right time.
Ice spells. It'd be quite cool if I could.
Foss, the little kobold, like appears and is just like, "Oh, hello! Yes, would you like some ice?" And there's a bucket of ice placed on the bar counter. Goodbye! I've been here the whole time.
It's gonna go.
It just disappears. I can't go any further than this. Wait, can I? I can.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, goodbye, good friend. Goodbye.
If you want to summon me, the magic word is ice.
Good word in the plane of fire.
Indeed. Doesn't come up very often, so I know it's used when people really want me. It's also my safe word.
No. Oh dear. Right. While everyone else is Foss is disappearing behind the bar, and Sarah's is, I'm assuming, melting on said bar.
Yep.
Cass is going to turn to Ruby.
Okay.
Ruby.
Ruby
Thomas.
takes a moment to unmute herself. I'm sorry, for I had to unmute both myself and the stream. Yes, oh, friend of the blue one.
Ruby, you probably have the best knowledge of Forge. Have you been there before?
Emma, have I traveled to the Forge?
Oh god, this is going to be a three-way conversation.
You tell me, have you?
I have never ventured out of the Rat Kingdom.
Okay, Cass is immediately like, you're useless to me, and I now don't want to talk to you. No, Cass wouldn't be that cruel, but she'll
Wait,
be like,
hang on a second.
It's Foss coming back.
You say?
The Rat Kingdom, I do say indeed.
I see, Ruby, you are a fellow kobold.
I am indeed.
I've
Are
heard
you a
your
fellow
voice
kobold as
before.
well?
Indeed, interesting. Good to meet you. My name is Foss.
It's wonderful to
I
meet you,
don't
Foss.
remember if this is my actual voice, but it's the one I've chosen for today.
I quite like your voice that you've chosen
Thank
on this
you.
fine day. It's a lovely day for this kind of voice.
Indeed. Okay, so I hear you asking about the Forge. I might be able to provide you with some information. What do you need?
Have you been there before, Foss?
I hail originally from the Rat Kingdom, yes.
But have you been to the
I have.
Forge?
I've been down the slide. I used to
boy.
operate the thing.
Oh my god.
Oh.
I had
What
like this.
information would you like to hear?
Any information that you have about the forge, its
Forge.
defenses,
Well,
that sort of stuff? We're just curious tourists that would just like to know more about the area that we're in. We've heard that the forge of the volcano is a sight to behold, so we're very interested in it.
indeed, I understand. Well, the forge, you see. Sorry, just give me a moment. I can't believe I'm doing this.
I had like this.
I can actually, and this is great. The forge, well, it's fairly inaccessible to kobolds like myself, you see.
And myself.
It is suspended above a pool of lava and magma by iron chains. Thick as hell they are, thick as hell.
Dummy thing, one might say.
Dummy thick.
Dummy thick.
That must be quite a thing to see.
I can vouch for that.
It is a
Those
sight
chains
to
are
behold.
indeed dummy thick.
They are thick with 9 C's.
Yes.
They
Keep
need
going, Foss.
Yes. Well, the stone and the iron, which constitutes the forge itself, the stone, you see, it is the stone of the volcano. So it is fairly impervious to harm from the lavas. But of course, you know,
Absolutely impervious.
this place, and you see, you know this, Ruby. It is so good to have someone who understands.
I understand
me
exactly where you're coming from.
and where I'm from. Yes, you do. You understand where I'm coming from because you also come from the same place.
We
as
come
me,
from the
it's
same
great.
place. We understand
Wow,
each other
it's amazing.
on a
We
visceral
do,
level.
truly. Do you want to speak? Do you want to speak the language of our forefathers for a quick moment?
Our forefeathers. Yes.
Our forefathers.
Yeah.
Our forefathers. As you know, all dragons hail from bird people.
That is true. I've always appreciated the pun.
That's the language. Did you enjoy it? Respond, Ruby.
What is happening?
Yeah, is this draconic?
No fucking clue.
No, it's the language of the bird people now, because apparently they've got another god that they descend from.
I had this momentary vision when Emma as Foss said,
I've gone down the slide.
this image of like an old man at a children's playground who's just there by himself. I've gone down the slide. I've just been losing it since that point.
It's the vine! It's the vine! It's the vine where it's the men in the cowboy hats being like, I'm gonna be a cowboy, baby! And they're at the playground and they're spinning round. I'm gonna be a cowboy, baby. That's Foss.
Yes.
And then Foss says, the metal of the volcano, you see, and of the chains it's made of the same metal that all of our armor is made of, so it's quite strong. It is defended from fire. Fire is the one thing you probably shouldn't use to penetrate the
Yes, I agree.
Yes.
Amazing. Keep
Don't use
going,
fire
Foss.
to penetrate.
There's more. What else?
Do not.
I am so uncomfortable with the energy we've created in the studio today.
I am very happy with the energy we've created in the studio today.
Oh, sorry, I've
so-
been a message from the producers of the show. They'd like to apologize on behalf of everybody watching and our sponsors today. We've lost a couple
You
of them.
cannot use the word penetrate.
Let me just drink more of this black coffee, which is definitely not the reason why I'm like this tonight. So,
Is it actually strong zero in there?
imagine black coffee mixed with strong. That would be hell.
Strong
Stimulant
coffee.
and depressant in one? Is that...
Yeah, why am I drinking this?
Cancels
So,
out.
What does that
Okay, yeah,
do?
so keep going, Foss.
No.
As a tourist, I'm very much appreciating all this knowledge.
I'm running out of information that I think would be useful to a tourist.
So who runs this magnificent sounding place?
I believe it is the pit fiend Taravine who works for the city.
Do you know anything about
He makes
him?
the well, the largest export from the forge is the metal that encloses the ships that come in and out of here. That's probably the only thing they make in there, really. If you want anything else, those are just like wholesale sheets of this metal, which then goes to the smaller armorers, which is then crafted into more specific things, or turned into ships.
Also,
Good to
that
know.
feels like
Any-
black market. What?
Any other information about him? And like more like, what's he like? Could we get a deal with him going? Because
So,
obviously
what's
we're
he
here.
like? Is
Well,
there-
what's he like? Tell me
There is some
everything. I've heard
history
he's
there,
really-
of course.
I
yes,
think he
well,
said
in
he's
my
really
youth, in my
cute.
youth, I did dally with pit fiends. Of course, we all do.
I hear he
And,
likes long
well,
walks on the beach.
He does enjoy long walks across the beaches of the Flame Sea, and I know that we attended more than once a hot yoga class together.
I have this photo of him, but he looks better in real life. I promise.
I know. Would you like to know
No,
the real
honey.
story?
Plot twist, they never do.
Yeah, it's just they're just ugly.
The reality is, we courted him, and I no.
Tears. Him and
Well,
the
we
Rat King had a long affair, and then it all
goodness.
fell apart.
Taravine
Boss
is a
got
rat king.
Taravine is not the Rat King, but Taravine is his own, king in his own regard.
King or kink? You decide.
King. I said king. I said king. I am in hell.
Yeah. Ice, ice, ice.
Ice, ice, baby.
I'm so glad I woke up for this game.
The Making You Uncomfortable crew, episode 96, bring it to you every game.
I mean, it's just 69 backwards.
True!
I can't wait
Nice.
until we
Double this.
I can't wait till we get into the other room. We're gonna have a really deep and meaningful conversation with Baz and Laz, and then we've just got so the sexual exploits of Taravine. Let's just go through those.
Cass aiming for an actual conversation, but it's not her fault that it's Boss and Ruby.
Child, come closer to me. Oh, you're just small. Dwarf, come closer to me.
Cass walks closer with suspicion, but walks closer.
You have ulterior motives, I can tell.
Me? No, I don't.
Me.
You're not allowed to court Taravine, Cass.
Me? No.
I think you'll find that Taravine is not interested in the likes of tourists.
What
So-
is Taravine interested in?
Xenophobic, is he? Sorry.
It was the one thing that got between our relationship. I was quite happy opening up a small bar in the top of this fine establishment, running it, settled in the city, a quiet life, surrounded by the flames and the lava. But he wanted more.
I'm gonna insight check this. I know we've had this
Yes,
as a
name.
meme that they're like a couple, but if they actually are, Cass will kidnap Foss when they do the diplomacy and use him.
Now I need to decide if I'm going to commit to this.
Yeah, is this canon, hun?
Oh my
Because Cass is
Emma,
Oh,
I really think you should.
nat one. So
Nat one,
my-
they've
Oh,
never
shit.
met.
Okay, but can we use Slya's since she also
Yeah.
didn't?
What did you roll?
I rolled a 15 plus 9.
Mm,
So
Hell yeah.
Okay. Do you know what? Fuck it. It's canon.
let's go! Let's go!
Cass is like eyeing her bag of clothing, which is full of corpses, looking at stuff.
Yeah, I feel like if Cass can't pick it up on her own, but she sees Slya's face of just okay.
And Cass is like,
Ew.
and Cass looks over to Foss, being like,
I
"No,
wanted
go on."
a quiet life, but he wanted far more. Too much, you could say. And so
What is
we went
too
our separate
much?
ways.
God, there's so many things I could fill that silence with.
What is too much? I will tell you. If you give me a persuasion check.
Oh yeah. I'll assist.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Cass, please assist.
Yeah, I'm here for you, babe. Don't worry. I'm coming with my 6 pluses. Oh my god! And it was a 19. It's almost a 34, baby.
Holy fuck. I
Yeah.
forgot that's what you do.
Mine was a 13. It wasn't gonna happen.
Cass, after picking up on the success of Slyer's previous insight roll and realizing, they were a couple, you give this piercing stare that Foster can only crumble beneath. Okay, I'll tell you. I will tell you the truth. Understand? Well, he wants what all fiends, I suppose, want. He wants to ascend in the hierarchy. There are levels, you see. You can start low, and you can climb the rankings. And as you climb, your physical form changes as well. You start off as, you start off where you start, whatever you have earned in your creation, and then you can become an Archduke of the Hells if you're lucky enough.
And is he?
No.
And what do you need to do? Oh, sorry. Cass didn't say anything.
Oh, no, I was only going to say, I just believe that he has not done enough to reach that level.
And what do you have to do to reach that level?
Take out those above you.
And just how many has he taken out so far? How far does he have left?
I'd say he's certainly on his way. It's not necessarily something that you have to observe the natural order of. If you are strong enough to take out the one at the top, then you can skip more than a few levels.
Of course, of course.
But, well, here's the thing. If you do that, you have to be ready to take on the responsibility. Funnily enough, they do have souls. Whatever those look like compared to your fine souls, well, I do not know.
Cass is like...
Yeah, at that mention, Slya's just like, okay. So we definitely we do need to worry about Foss in some manner.
You see, they can ascend, certainly. If they have the opportunity and they take it, that is on them. However, if their soul cannot bear the form they are given, I believe the being would be compromised. And that being could then be destroyed.
We were to, I don't know, arrange a meeting with Taravine. Would there be any sort of ways, to talk to him? I mean, I'm very interested in this metal export that he does. So, any tips for how to chat to your old beau?
Or if maybe you'd like to be reunited with him?
No. No, it's fanciful, the thought of rekindling an old flame, but...
Can Slya push that forward with a suggestion?
Sure, yes.
Oh my goodness.
Is this a spell you're casting?
Yeah, she'd like to... Can I roll a sleight of hand to kind of
Yes, you may. I was going to suggest exactly this.
Yeah.
I don't even know how a relationship between a kobold and a pit fiend works.
I mean, when the safe word ice suddenly means a whole lot more.
No!
He did roll an 18. I don't have a kobold stat block, so give me a moment.
Okay.
Turns to Ruby. Ruby.
Yes.
Ruby.
What's your
Ruby.
stats?
I'm not going to rely
My
on your
stats.
stats.
What specifically?
Kobold. Okay, I'm just going to roll it now. What is the stat? Sorry, this is a wisdom saving throw.
It's a wisdom saving throw.
6, 12, 15.
That does not pass.
No, it's 18. He rolled 18 on the dice.
Oh, okay. Wait, 18 on the wisdom save or 18 on the
18 on the dice.
Perception.
And I gave him 18 on the dice
Okay.
for just his save. And the 15, was I just rolled his stat for wisdom just then. So he would have a +2. So it would not have saved.
Okay. So it does.
That was a bit complicated from my end. I should have been clearer. But
Slee's Sleight of Hand was an 18 and her save is a 17, so.
Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah. But you still suggest it.
Yeah.
Can you just tell me how you phrase it?
I mean, after all this time, wouldn't you like to rekindle your flame?
I'm sure he misses you, and I'm sure you miss him. Would it not be nice to see him only once? Now I'm going to roll persuasion.
I'm going to wait. Unfortunately, because it's because Slia has already come in with the suggestion. I'm going to just let's play out this scenario first. If you feel like it's necessary.
Okay.
You both make fair points. However, I am very comfortable where I am and in my life choices. But I understand that you are interested in this, in pursuing a arrangement. I'm not silly, even though I am dithering and a bit muddled in the brain. Perhaps been surrounded by too much alcohol in my time, but I will assist you if you wish. I draw the line at meeting him, though. My heart won't be able to take it.
Is there something you'd want us to say, maybe on your behalf?
I think you seem trustworthy. I will say. I'll say this. How terrible am I going to make this? Yeah. Tell him.
Nice.
Tell him that baby says it's okay.
I will make sure that he gets it.
Yes.
I can speak it in Draconic if it makes it more authentic coming from you. I don't know. Does he speak Draconic?
That's a Kobold he would.
It'd be great if he learned Draconic to speak to the boss image.
Boss, you have been a great help.
I'm single.
Did Foster say that to Cass?
No. Emma says it to everyone. Oops. Sorry, Lily. I apologize. I've broken.
As Cass is literally like, what? For once, Cass is like, I am not down for this sexual encounter.
Sexual encounter.
Anyway, Voss, you have been very helpful, but it'd be great if we could live long enough to give Terrifying your message. So any tips on how best to converse with him would be great.
Make sure you go in. Go in with a backup plan. And don't hide any of your cards. Tell him what you want. He doesn't appreciate falsities and deception, even if he takes part in it himself. And I don't know who he works for anymore. I said that he works for the city, but that was once true. But from what I hear, and from what you're describing, he might not be the same as when I last left him.
Great. Also, if he had any sort of special, what's the word I'm looking for? Contracts. Yes, I think that's the word. Where would he keep them? And yeah.
Most
Yeah.
likely in his personal chambers. He had a few rooms which were sealed off and locked, which you wouldn't allow anyone else into, not even myself.
That wasn't cast
Like
off
his
against
heart.
Georgia Lava.
Like his heart, indeed. Oh, who was that?
Is it just because he kind of said so, or did you like physically try to get in there once and was like, oh, I can't. Oops.
It was.
I mean,
Have you ever seen the play Beauty and the Beast?
Yes.
tale as old as time.
Indeed, that's the very one. You know the part where Belle goes into the West Wing and it's like, no, forbidden. I tried this once and it went like that, but unfortunately it did not have the fairy tale ending that I desired. We drifted. You understand.
Interesting. Also, if we were to make a contract with him, I would want to make sure that the contract couldn't be destroyed. How would someone try and destroy it? Because I want to make sure that it's secure, so that it's safe.
You're sus. You're very sus.
Oh no!
Do you want me to roll a deception?
I wouldn't have told you this much. So, if you want to know about
Do
how to
you
destroy
want me to roll a deception?
Do you want to deceive? Do you want to deceive? Do you want to try? I will give you one opportunity to come up with a lie.
Well, the lie is that I want to make a contract and I want to make sure that they're protected.
Sure. Okay.
So how would someone destroy them?
Sure. Okay.
What's that?
Is it possible for Blue
That
to
Bluey, how are you assisting though? Because you've been quite on the periphery of this.
Would she be able to say something like, oh, I'm sure what Karen meant was more like, we want to make sure he's in a secure position, maybe to hear the message we pass on. I don't know if... Okay.
Okay. All right. I hear you. I hear you both.
Passing on the babies.
No, actually, I
Maybe
need
it's
to
okay.
retcon that it's like something else.
That was a 19
Okay.
on the die.
Sorry, I don't know.
This is fine. 19 on the dice. And I think Bluey, he hears you, but I'm not going to say that's enough quite to sway him. But he looks at you and he gives you a nod and he says, well, no, I don't know how to break a contract myself. That is something that I'm sure he knows. Do you know? If you go to the embassy and you talk to anyone there, there is one who is known to be able to break contracts. Forge and break them, I believe, but forging, I believe, is no longer something they're particularly interested in. I have never met the person, but I just know that they exist. And if you went to the embassy, you met Taravine, or you spent any amount of time there, I'm certain you would hear their name.
This conversation with Taravine in the official route of the embassy, or would it be better to, I don't know if you can summon him separately, or would it be better to do
I have no
that?
sway over him now. I am a simple bartender.
When I say summon, I'm not saying that you summon him, but if someone was to summon him, would it be better to summon him that way, or go through the embassy?
You need an introduction. Unless you have the powers to summon a pit fiend into a summoning circle and then face their wrath should you not have something to offer them outside the official capacity, then it's best to go through a contact at the embassy, if you know anyone.
If I'm not sure that we do, if we did have the power to summon him that way, which would make the better impression on him?
Most certainly embassy. He does not like to be interrupted. He prefers to work on his own schedules.
Good to know. Thank you, Foss. Who knew that Foss would be such a fan?
Who knew? I certainly Also, I think I might have been a bit too cryptic. What Foss was trying to say was there is a person whose name he doesn't really know, or he hasn't really associated with at the embassy, who apparently has the power to break contracts.
I got that. I'm assuming it's we know who that is. It's the person that Ballista is talking to, I think.
Potentially.
Well, that's who Cass is assuming, who we think we know who it is.
For sure.
So we're not entirely sure. Which would also probably be our best route for an introduction as well, because we could get Ballista to put in a word. Cool.
Ballista still has to do unspeakable things to Cass.
This is true.
Silence.
So, as it should be.
Cass turns to Celia and Bluey. Do you guys have any other questions?
I think we've got all we need.
Thank you, Foss.
You're welcome. If you need anything else from me, I am here all the time, growing my plants. Would you like to buy some?
What are they?
Yeah.
Well, that's a very good question. I have some plants which can induce hallucinatory, illusory effects, which can be quite enjoyable.
I
The
will.
Terror might enjoy them.
It was a hobby of ours, indeed. He blushes. The times we did have frolicking through my garden. Just imagining a giant.
So basically, Foss has some shrooms.
Crushing all these plants, burning the ground where he steps.
So Foss has some shrooms, yeah? Is that what we're saying? Some
shrooms, yeah.
Some shrooms. Cool. I think, yes, I will take some. How much do you charge for your wonderful sounding plants?
I will charge you. Well, it depends. Would you like a what? How much would you like? 1 portion? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 12?
How many portions do Tarabine used to take?
You understand that he is a monster of a man. He is.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he is.
I wouldn't know.
36. To truly penetrate his whole form.
That is a banned word. It is on the banned words list.
In that case, Cass is assuming that Loran and Brian would at one point probably want to take shrooms. Obviously not while they're in the city of Brass.
That's fair.
Cass is wondering if Neff would. Leah, would you want any at some point when we're in obviously in a safe place?
I'd probably try it once.
Right, well, let's buy one for every member of the party. Woo group, which is how many? Because I always just
I think
Sarah
that Foss
is a-
would say to have a good time as a humanoid, you'd probably only need about 5.
Okay.
And that'll cost you, let's call it a gold each. Damn it, I missed it. Mozzie. Very good. Thank you for purchasing my wares.
Is that 5 gold?
5 gold, sure. If that's for 5 people, 5 gold.
Yeah. Well, if you think, so is it like just a portion?
The portion, yeah.
Okay, so 5 would be enough for the entire group to have a high, basically.
Yep. Exactly.
Cool. Cass will shout the group, and it's
Amazing.
going to be a surprise to the others. And then when we forget snowball fights at next team, we're doing a trip.
Surprise when you look down at your brownies and suddenly.
Watch out, Masai.
They have a charcoal.
Oh no.
Oh no! Burn down the Messiah.
Brian already has enough rumours going on about him and the Messiah
Not
being a
the
drug
Messiah.
addict.
Cass buys 5 portions of
Okay.
shrooms.
Amazing.
Also, Foss, I'm assuming that this is. I mean, we're good friends now. I'm excited to try your
We truly
your
are.
shrooms.
Allies. Best friends.
So
Lovers
yes.
never. But
No.
best friends at least. Never.
yes,
No.
we would certainly appreciate it if
Mhm.
you, because we want Taravine to be. We want to talk to Taravine ourselves first. So it'd be best if no one else heard about it. Otherwise, it might ruin our chances of Taravine.
You know, you truly are suspicious, but also I don't really mind all that much. This has been a long time. Everyone is suspicious down here. You're literally talking to me about going to the embassy, to the 9 hells, to talk to my ex-boyfriend, who is probably being corrupted beyond all means and is not the man I thought he was. So I honestly don't think you need to dance around it. Just do whatever you need to do, and I'm not going to shell out any personal information, especially not the personal information of buying customers.
Cass like holds up her
Yes,
fist to like fist bump him.
I'm a decent man.
Done. Cass walks away, pops the shrooms in the bag of coding, making sure that they're in a dimension away from the corpses. It's like, okay, that's fine. And
They're
it's just
floating
like,
in the astral plane.
Cass is like, yes, I'm pleased with that. Slya and Bluey. Oh, actually, we'll probably want to bump over to Ran and Brian.
Yes. So, with that, you guys you finish up your drinks, etc., etc. In the other room, Brian, also,
That's me.
that's you.
Second.
The second. This is previous Ulster. Wow,
That's me,
crazy.
Brian the second.
Loran takes your arm, and you guys saunter to a sort of alcove, a subsection of your large penthouse room, which you shelled out a decent amount of cash for, but you're definitely making the most of it. And Loran says, "Should I sanctum up just so that we have a safe space?"
Can I insight check Loran? How scared should I be? Has a fat 23.
Fat 23. Maybe you should not scared, but like.
I'm scared now.
I'm scared. Brian just nods.
Sanctums, off we go. And he starts doing his thing. As the sanctum starts to build up around you over the course of the next few minutes, do you want to start laying down moss, or what are you doing instead?
Sure, I'll start doing this. Protective layer, like over. He's like, yeah, just a little shield I can pull up just in case.
For sure. You make a bed of moss, and just as Loran finishes the sanctum, he stops. He's just kind of like staring at the wall for a second, and he turns around and he says, "Hello, Ulster. It's me, your husband. You know, yes, you know how that goes. What aren't you telling me?"
Nothing, as far as I'm aware.
About the mirror?
You want to know about the mirror? Like Providence and stuff?
I don't know what you've seen in there. But I think I want to. If there's something you think I should know.
The mirror, I think you know vaguely how it works. It lets me ask a question about what might have been, and it shows me the most likely future that would have occurred. I've looked into it for very small things, much larger things. There were a couple of visions that I didn't maybe have to know, but I guess it makes me value what I have now even more.
Visions to do with Karul?
Some of them. I suppose I wanted an upper hand on him in some ways. And I looked into a couple of futures. Ones where he got everything he wanted. Just so I could know how poorly he was doing now.
That's actually quite funny, but you could have told me.
I would have.
But
eventually. But right now I know there's never a good time. And they could have been saying that for years and years, but at the moment, my concern is with keeping people sane, alive, decently happy. And I feel like there's only so much certain people can take. And I don't want to put that on anyone else. And I know you'll say that I can't sacrifice myself, but I've already seen things and I can keep seeing things and it won't break me because there's only one thing that could, I think, break me further, and that would be losing you. And I don't want anyone else to look into the mirror.
There's more than one way to lose a person or stare.
Bye, everyone.
By everyone else. I like that. I do enjoy that Thomas is between us, but this is also fun. There is more than one way to lose a person or stare. I don't think we're in danger of that, but if losing my body, if losing me, losing my life is your concern, I understand that, because we are, like I said before, we could die. And I don't want that. I would be losing half of my soul. And I'd be losing half of my heart. And I know that a body can go on with what, one lung, one kidney, I don't know. But I know it needs a whole heart. And it also needs a mind. Okay, no, not an intact mind fully. Who has that, right? But
Not in this economy.
Not in this economy. You understand. You understand the way the world works. But no, honestly, I treasure your mind. I want to care for that as much as I want to care for every other part of you. And I feel like that kind of thing, the mirror, One day it might show you the wrong thing. One day it might show you the thing that will break you, or might lead to something irreparable. And I'm just scared. I don't want you to lose your mind. What I guess I'm trying to say is that if this is a burden you have to carry, because I will not stop you, you know I won't. If this is something you have to do, I won't stop you. Just let me carry it with you. You don't have to be the only one. We can share it.
I've already seen myself in that mirror kill Saraza. I've seen myself in that mirror have a child and lose my soul. I've seen myself end up in a jail cell with you on the other side. I feel like if that hasn't broken me yet, then there's nothing this mirror can do to me. And I would only be using it to see. I'm prepared to see if we all perish trying to infiltrate that contract room in the forge. I need to know if it's possible. And I am ready to see that. I know you think that you can look at these things and be fine with it, and maybe you can, but for now, I feel like this is what I can do for everyone. It sounds very. I think people would probably say I had a martyr complex, but I genuinely believe that's my strength. Is that I've seen all these things. And maybe, yeah, I've lost parts of myself along the way, but there's nothing more to lose by just looking into a mirror. It's not real. It could have been. It helps me avoid those futures.
I get it. Sure, I get it. But I don't like it. And I don't necessarily agree. I don't know what really to say.
This is always what we fight about.
It is. I think the worst that could happen to us is unfathomable. Something we cannot possibly know. All these things so far, they're understandable within, terms of like reality and who we are as people and what we've experienced and what we can suffer. But I fear something of a far more inhuman nature. Something broken that shouldn't exist. But we already know things that shouldn't exist do. We've felt it. We've been affected by it. Karul is close to you. He's close to your mind already. What if he's in there? What if he sees everything? What if he knows? What if he's trying to make that real? All those things you say could not come to pass, won't come to pass.
I think Karul's attached to the mirror somehow.
I don't know. He's attached to reality, to the places between planes, to broken things. I just can't trust the laws of magic when they're in his hands. When they're determined by him. Everything I know is in question.
I trust you. I feel like you would know better than I would. This mirror I got from Frederick Winterbrand, and I used it for very small things at first. But the larger visions that I got from it were majorly to do with Karul. And I didn't want to talk about it. The one where he got everything he wanted. He did know things. I don't know how he would know. Or if he was just acting like he did. It's really hard to tell with Karul. He knew what I would do. He knew how we would end up. I tested him. I said the name that I thought that if we had had that child together, I said the name. He seemed to know things. So that does make sense. I'll give you the mirror after I do this. I want to use it just to see what would have happened. I'll give it to you. You can put it wherever you want. Because I don't want you to end up hating me, because I'm trying to protect you. And I also don't want to bring something around that you think could have been touched by Karul.
Okay. Okay. Orsta, I could never hate you.
I could never hate you too. I'm sorry.
But no, don't apologize. I understand where you're coming from. And I understand why you made the case that you did. And if it was any other situation, I think I would have been on your side 100%. It's just this one thing. Being so close to Karul makes me doubt. Especially when me, a prodigy in magic as I am. I'm sorry, that was wrong. I'm stupid, but don't tell anyone I said that. Me.
Very smart, but very stupid sometimes.
This is true. I like to think only you know it, but we know the others do, but we can just pretend that they don't. Even with my skill, I don't understand. And I don't know what to expect. And that is scary to me. I hate not knowing. I hate not seeing. I need that information. Because it helps me understand everything. I think this mirror could be the gateway to our undoing if we're not careful. I
I'll
can't
trust
give you
you.
a solid reason, but thank you. All right, let's lie down very close to each other, but we're not going to, I just need to lie down and just stare at the ceiling and just sort of like cathartically, sort of like radiate out a sort of aura of emotion. Do you understand? Yeah. So I'm just going to do that now. And he just sort of like descends into the moss. When he's next to you, he says, you can also, yes, take your place. Take your place, husband.
I think Ulster, like, koala attaches to Loran.
Wonderful. This is exactly what I envisioned. Good. I'm going to stare at the ceiling now. Wow, isn't this lovely?
If it makes you feel better,
Mm-hmm.
you can start thinking about what we'd name our children. I'm sure you have many names.
I do, but you do know that it is Taoshiri sort of culture that we use our parents' names in some way. So we can start getting creative that way. Sweet. And we fade to black. So, with the rest of the party gathering the information, having the information they need, having some drinks, and with Ulster and Loran discussing mirror tactics and taking a well-deserved rest, we will take a quick break. For
Sounds
tea
good.
and
Are we
food.
getting a Mr. Brian's dad Jr.?
Oh, we're getting a Mr. Brian's dad.
No.
Junior.
Hey, roll me, Junior.
Roll me, Junior. No,
Can you
it would
imagine?
be like in Harry Potter where they don't use like Hagrid's name. Or like,
Roll me,
they don't
roll
use...
you, roll all of us together in one big bowl. Alright, I'll put us on break.
Yeah.
We'll be right back.
Okay. All right.
Well,
Broom audio.
Well, guys,
Broom
let's
video.
do it.
Welcome back. We're live again. Hello.
No
Boom.
one will ever know what just transpired.
My soul
Yeah.
is still recovering from everything that just
I mean, I
happened.
wasn't going to reference it, but
So, you guys are in the second of the 9 in your various rooms. Are you having your long rest now? Okay. You guys
Makes
can
sense.
Take
Yeah.
a long rest. Is there anything else you guys want to do before this day is completed?
Do we want to message Ballista?
Yeah, probably.
that sounds like a good idea.
Arrange a meeting.
Okay.
Okay. So, who is taking charge on that?
Slya, would you do the sending?
Yeah, of course. Do you have an idea what you want me to send, or?
Maybe say, we're back. Meet at Forge. And then what time do we want to go to the, like, say, can we meet at the Forge at this time? Or, like, when can we meet? Say, we're back, when can we meet? Karen. Almost sounded Cass. But I think we're kind of past this, but whatever.
I mean, if you had signed it like Cass,
I mean,
Slya would have
I
signed it Karen.
I mean, I signed a contract with Ballista, so did I? I must have signed it. I don't think I asked this. Like, what did I sign?
What did you sign? You can tell me.
Squiggles?
Uh-huh.
Don't use a name. So, what did you use?
I would have probably put AR because then that is my initials.
Okay.
But then doesn't give off my name.
Okay. Well, usually you would need to use at least the semblance of a full name.
Oh, okay. You have to use a full name, do you?
Yeah.
I would
Cat
probably
is long
start
for Karen.
You could do
A
it.
Yeah, I
Karen
would-
or a Karen.
Karen.
I would have probably put. Can I just use a Cantha? Would
Yeah.
that have sufficed?
That's fine.
I'd have used a Cantha because I'm not known for my name, Acantha.
Sure.
Cass is the famous name.
Cool. Amazing.
Yeah, so I'd have signed it Acantha.
Amazing. So you can sign it account.
Yes,
And
Leah.
then blah, 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 back to the regular time.
What were you putting your hand up for?
I'm gonna have to do a second sending because we have another contract in the wind. With the dwarf that we left in the exit chamber.
God.
Just tell him to get out.
Yeah, that is exactly what it is gonna be. It's just
Run.
we got out. You can get if you can make it out. You here for a job.
Okay. You
Maybe also mention we had a lot of trouble. Sorry we didn't.
Yeah, had some casualties, decided to dip.
Already.
what do you send and who do you send it to? Slya.
Does Cass want to send the one to Ballista first?
Yeah, so just be like, we're back. When can we meet? Karen.
Okay. So you sign that off, and then you hear in response, we can meet anytime today. I'll be at the forge. Well, you know which one I'm referring to.
If we long rest, will that still be today when we wake up?
Will
that be tomorrow?
Sorry. I'm sorry, that was my
This
mistake.
is after.
She said anytime tomorrow. I got confused.
Okay.
I'm taking a long rest, right?
All right,
Oh,
perfect.
okay.
Do we want to reply and say first thing?
Yeah.
Brian needs to do the mirror, just remember.
Okay. Say morning, and then
Okay.
we'll wake first thing, do the mirror, and then go.
Sounds good. Cicely will just say in the morning.
Understood. I'll await you here.
Okay. And then Slee is gonna send a second one, or send one to Brolad, and just say, we had to make an emergency exit. If you can get to the material plane, head to the Talar Forge in Ironstone.
Okay.
Freddie's just gonna be like, God
Freya.
damn it, another one.
So you feel the connection take, and for a brief moment in your what's it? Your receiving of his reply, you just hear kind of like, oh the pain. Oh, I've been burned by lava.
I
But I'm
seriously by
otherwise
love.
unharmed. Lava. He met
I've been
Caroline.
burned by love!
They had a very, very, very brief fling.
No! A long string of ex-lovers.
Terrifying, really hoeing it up in there.
Oh yeah. I get around.
Caroline's certified freak 7 days a
7
week.
days a week. No.
Oh my god.
Taravine never sleeps, baby.
He just says, understood.
Okay. I think Slia will do one last one too. You may have company.
Sorry, I'm just still reeling from the implications of everything. I'm not going to get into that.
You may have company.
pretty
You may have
amazing.
competition.
She just says,
Competition.
I
There's
don't.
nobody complete with Farinia.
Oh, that's cute. I don't know what you're sending me. Not going to ask. I love you. You are... Yeah. Great.
I think Slia's gonna send just a second one of like, I'm so sorry. I don't know where my head is at.
Okay, and then
I'm not in hell, but it's close, and I love you.
in response to that, you just hear, you're doing really well. Whatever you're doing. I know you got this. I love you. I'm waiting for you.
Slia's
Fuck on with your mission.
Slia's gonna just go tuck herself behind one of the partition screens and just cry herself to sleep.
Oh.
Cass wants to, after that sending, Cass wants to insight check Slia.
Sure thing. I don't think it would even take too much of an insight
Okay.
if you are, but go on, what did you roll?
Okay, Cass is basically, does Slia want to be alone or does Slia want company?
Like, Slia's not gonna push away company, she's just like...
Okay, I think Cass will follow and like lie down next to Sia and like take her hand and just like squeeze it.
Slia just kind of like curls up around Cass.
And Cass will cry a little bit as well as they start falling asleep. Because she still feels a lot of guilt over Neff. Even though Neff is back, she's just like... She keeps seeing Neff literally falling into the lava and melting. So Cass is like, not great. Yes.
I feel you.
I know, exactly like that. So yeah. She's gonna go hug Slia.
Okay, you guys go, and you do that, and Slia, you with Kath sort of like warm wrapping around you, like a duvet. You can just
A very small duvet.
very like a kind of like capelet, like a scarf maybe,
like me hugging my Pikachu.
Yes.
Where is my sheep?
A 2 square meter electric blanket.
Indeed.
Seems
How
legit.
tall are you? How tall is Slia?
Slia is 5'10" minus the horns.
Okay, yeah. So
So
Okay.
6'1" with the horns, if you want to do
Taller
that.
than the run.
Oh my god, Slya
And
is
then
my
Cass
exact
is-
height.
4 foot,
Well,
like
you're 6'1".
No, I'm 5'10".
Oh.
Without
Round
the
of-
horns.
5'6".
As am I.
Cool.
So that was great. I'm glad we established that.
Awesome.
Okay, so who's left awake? Saraza, Louis,
On the bar.
Ruby. Saraza turns to you, Louis, and says, "I think you've got yourself a follower there." And looks to Ruby, a shadow.
I will look kindly at Ruby and be like, yeah. Although,
Why don't you
like,
take those 2 bunks furthest over?
sorry, the wind picked up. So excuse me.
Oh, I heard it actually. He just says, "Why don't you two take the bunk bed?"
There's a bunk bed. Oh my god.
There's a bunk bed.
Let's go. I love bunk beds.
I mean,
And you guys go.
Wait, hang on. No, Sarah should have a comfy bed. Like,
True.
not gonna let you
Don't
weasel
leave
out
him
of
at
that
the
one.
mercy of Foss. Like,
At the mercy of
Wait, what are you
Foss.
doing?
He is a top.
he is a top.
Yeah.
We just
If
Oh my god.
Emma put
or
those
maybe it's a bottom
eyebrows
and that's why the
down.
relationship didn't work out. I'm so
Oh
sorry.
my god.
There's something in the air tonight.
There's something in there.
Please send me to the
How
appropriate jail.
dare you
The approach.
utter those words? How dare you implicate Saraza's name, invoke the name of our dad?
Bluey, how could you? I didn't think you were like that.
Sorry,
Yeah,
Daddy
I was talking about Foz.
Daddy
Let's talk
Saraza is accurate. That's
Yeah.
fine.
True.
I take absolutely no
Wait, what
offense
is he-
or embarrassment from that.
I was saying that Foss is potentially a bottom, and that's
Yeah.
why Taravine and Foss didn't work because they were both
Yeah.
bottoms.
I wasn't
We can
even
work
anything
it
about
out.
Sarah.
That's not the
Oh.
make or break.
Oh, that's an interesting theory,
I can't believe we're
actually.
getting into
I think for some couples it could be, but not necessarily. Anyway,
I think you have a point, actually, Anna. I agree with you.
I'm so.
I'd like to imagine that Steve would be above these mortal constraints.
This is like, but not other kinds of constraints.
Oh my god.
Oh no, I can't. Just wait, jacket. No, blanket.
Why?
Bye.
Why? Why did I say that?
I don't know why we're called the disappointment crew. I think we never missed TBH.
Oh shit! This vision board just fell down.
Emma,
Oh no! Oh
Emma,
Are you alright?
are you okay?
Today, this chaos is ridiculous, and I love it.
no! Sorry.
That's such sad. Just putting it.
Oh my goodness, dude. Dude. How could this happen to me?
To me. Made my mistake. I apologize for nothing.
I apologize on behalf of everything that's happened.
Say
I
sorry.
wish there was a way to air these thoughts, just not like live on
So,
Twitch.
Wait till the stream's over.
I don't
What is
remember it
happening?
by then. That's the
Write it down and then you could.
Emma,
come
are
back
you
with it all
okay?
after.
I should.
I'm okay. My vision board just fell because I guess I'm just not got a future anymore. I've
Is
died
your-
here
is your-
today.
Are your eyes okay?
Oh, I'm okay. My soul is broken though from this conversation.
One of us didn't break it, alright? Did we or did we?
It was more of a group effort.
It was an overall
Why
group
we're
success.
called the disappointment
Also, I
crew.
wrote
Disappointment
myself
crew.
a- Woo. Oh boy. Oh
Right.
boy.
So,
I feel like
Sarah's on
Emma
the
did-
bar.
Yes.
Like Emma did.
Sarah's Grand. Righty, boys. You all sleep. Are you doing any watches or anything like that?
I'll take a
Cool.
watch.
Blue would love to watch.
I think
Cat
Slayer and
Ruby.
Cass are already
Like it's
asleep.
fitting.
Yeah, so if
Cuddling.
they get woken up for a
That's
watch.
it.
Sarah's
Yeah.
puts his hand up for a watch as well, and then he says, "I'll just wake up whoever's next. Whoever I feel is vigilant enough.
Sarah's the will pick.
I want you." So, Bluey and Ruby, you take your watch. Would you like to roll me some perception checks? And if there's anything you want to say to each other, now's the time.
I would love to roll a perception check for you.
Speak or forever
Hold your
Uh,
peace.
Peace.
hold your tails.
14.
Ooh. 23.
23.
Mm.
Grand. And Ruby, what did you roll?
14.
14.
Okay, so looking around the closed room that you're in, unless you're looking out the windows every now and again, making sure there's nobody approaching on the street below,
I think it would be
you do see that the curfew is being enforced. Other than Efreet, don't really see too much. The fog is also quite thick tonight, so it's not particularly easy to keep watch, but you feel safe up here.
The fog is quite thick
Cool.
tonight.
Mm.
Blue just sees
Sorry.
zones, Ruby.
No, like reaction to the fog, just like
Are you
I
okay?
don't know how people. Yeah, I guess I'm not used to this. This air, this pit fiend, this volcano.
It is a bit
Right.
much.
Yeah. Have you always been like?
In this volcano, yes. I have never left the volcano.
Until like yesterday,
Yes.
today, no.
I was sent to keep a pair of watchful eyes on you and your compatriots, oh great blue one. Might I ask, from where do you hail?
Okay. Bluey was about to like launch into like, well, I'm from a small town of Melas in a prayer, but I was like, oh, hang on.
She would listen to you eagerly.
Yeah. Look, I'm from this.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Look, it's very odd. I feel like I found out some not great things about where I'm from.
Oh no. What sort of things?
It's a, maybe cultish.
Cultish.
Big magic.
Big magic. That sounds quite terrifying.
A raising of history
Oh no.
in almost like memory in a very almost like a literal sense, or it's a bit of a mystery, and my friends and I are gonna try and work it out.
That sounds quite dastardly. I wish you the best in your journey.
Yeah, thank you.
You're ever so welcome.
Yeah. I don't know, I was just thinking about the fact that like you've never left the volcano, and like for a lot of my life I didn't leave my hometown
What was that like?
because it's a bit I mean, I'm not saying that like the volcano and the Rat King are, you know, like insular and bad or anything. I'm just,
But
I don't know. I mean, have you ever wanted to adventure in the great open world, or is home all right? I don't know.
I've never really considered it. I've only ever followed the orders of the Rat King, you know.
Ah, yeah. I'm guessing he doesn't travel much, right?
Well, I'm not so sure. He's been around for a lot longer than I have. And he says that he's traveled the world and seen a great many things. He is the Rat King, after all. And who am I to question him?
I mean, you have a, everyone has thoughts and feelings, and the feelings are valid. Maybe the thoughts aren't, but like it's.
I think I understand where you're coming from. That's like a rap lyric. That's so cool. Your feelings may be valid, but your thoughts certainly aren't.
Boom. That is going to be on the mixtape.
I mean,
it's quite profound.
There's a reason that the Rat King, I'm guessing, likes having everybody around because they're good people to have around, and they help out, and I'm sure he's very appreciative. And you've got a little brain to use, and you got your skills.
Yes,
and you got your arms.
I love using my brain.
Yeah, and it's a valuable thing. I reckon you don't have to undersell yourself.
Oh, of course. Brains also taste quite nice.
Yes. Brilliant.
Yes.
The Rat King loves them. A delicacy in our kingdom.
Yes.
I haven't had brains myself.
Oh,
I mean to eat.
Would you like to try a delicacy?
Look, I'm
Ruby's
sure...
gonna suggest we eat Cass.
No.
Somewhere in the room, Cash just snuggles closer to Slya, just senses doom.
She senses Ruby coming closer. Not
With knife
knife in hand.
Just free-range dwarf.
20-day sage-aged free-aged dwarf.
I love that. I love that new addition that we've all been able to make to the Rat King's recipes. Recipe book.
Truly. Truly.
Who's thinking about the rebel characters, the rebel kobolds?
Bluey, if you would like, I can certainly attempt to find a brain for you to try in the morning. If you'd like.
Really,
anything for you, Blue One.
About this, I would not like to try a brain. If that's okay. I don't mean that as a disrespect.
No, of course, I understand. This is not the right place nor the right time. We must be in the right circumstances to try a brain.
Headspace. Alright. Yeah, look, when I'm feeling adventurous in a different way that, you'd need to feel adventurous in an adventuring party, but more like in a culinary sense.
Oh, yes. Does something trouble you? Oh, great, Blue One.
Brains. All good. All good. She'll look back out the window.
Ruby kind of watches you before she looks back out her window as well.
Okay. Or do we each have a different window?
As you both look out your respective windows, your watch passes. And you can go to wake up Saraza if you wish.
Saraza, alright.
Yeah. Saraza has fallen asleep on top of the covers of the bed that he has been assigned. A bed which you notice as you kind of look around the number the number of you, considering that Ulster and Loran went off together, that Slya and Cass are bunked up together, considering that you two are pretty much a set by this point. Oh. Just this time, Sarasa doesn't have anyone.
Oh, that's so sad.
But you can wake him up.
Yeah, I'll wake up Sarasa, and I won't immediately go to sleep because, like, if he wants help choosing who else to wake up, yeah.
I can stay up longer if you'd like.
You really can't. You'll get exhaustion.
Look, for your safety and health, I would suggest having a little sleep, Ruby.
Anything you wish,
done
oh
enough
great
watching.
blue one. If it is sleep you desire, then I shall sleep for you.
I just want
Rest,
to.
please.
That's not how it. That's. I don't think it works like that.
No. Ruby, there's a bed there. You can sleep in it.
I understand. Thank you.
For
And
your
good
own
luck.
sake. Not because you have to serve me, but for your own. You gotta respect yourself, man.
Not because
Love yourself.
You know that
Respect
meme of like
yourself.
the lady with the math symbols? It's like,
Yourself.
not because I have to serve you.
Wow. You're learning. So,
Pat her on the shoulder. Yeah.
Louis, Sarasa turns to you and he just says, I can do this one by myself. It's fine. You don't have to wait with me.
You sure?
Well, if I get lonely, I'll wake up Ulster or Loran.
You sure you don't want to say, okay, do you feel like you can't wake someone up, but if I did it for you, would you feel better about it?
That's a very sweet gesture. Bluey, but I'm not like Loran. I can't really put up with people all the time. And I think I'm at my limit today. But if I change my mind, I promise I'll find someone and wake them up. Promise. Now sleep. Please, don't stay up any longer on my account. And you fall asleep. And some time passes. And Brian,
CC.
after you don't know how long you've just been asleep, kind of passing the time, you hear sort of a rustling in the moss, just sort of in your subconscious.
Immediately wake up. This is
Sorry, I didn't mean to wake you, but I suppose that wasn't gonna fly, and it's Sarasa. Do you want to do a watch with me?
sure. Is
We can just sit outside of the sanctum.
sure. Brian sleepily lugs himself out of the bus.
Excuse me. Sorry, Brian. My mum is calling.
Mushy mushy.
Mushy mushy.
I'm sorry, it was just Serena. She just wanted to say hey. No, I won't make you go too far from him. I understand.
You doing okay?
Oh no, but Neff's alive. Doesn't change the fact that she died, but she's alive now, and I'm going to focus on that.
Is
not
there
think about anything else?
Is there anything you want to talk about?
Yes. It was wrong of me to put distance between us when we were in the cave. Oh, volcano. But you get it. I don't want to I don't want to ever put you in a position where you know what I mean. That you don't want to be in. And I value our friendship.
Yeah.
You're my family. And I'll always be there for you. And I'm sorry if I ever made you feel uncomfortable or if I ever made you feel like you're alone. I know that you're not going to be able to share with me the things you share with Loran, because I know those things that I've shared with my loved ones in the past, but I haven't shared with anyone else. But even if there are things you can't say,
Let's go.
even if there are things you can't say, you can still feel, and you can still lean on me.
He's going to wait till Sarah's completely done.
Stuff.
I think Ryan takes Sarah's hands and gives them a pat. He just says, Sarah's thank you, first of all. Really appreciate you saying and feeling those things. I do genuinely really love you and regard you as my friend. And I think Loran is just being Loran. I don't want to make you uncomfortable either. I think I express my affection very strongly for the people I care about. But I think you know how I feel. I want to protect my family with you, Loran. Serena, Leander, Nikia. Just want to protect all the Dahanes. Then I'd be happy. But that involves more than protecting your bodies. It's your minds as well. And I know what happened to Neff is extremely painful. I don't know how I'd react if my family was taken away. It really scared me, and I can't compare my pain to yours, but I feel it too. And after this, if you just need to take some time to be with her and Danielle, if you think that would be good for you, I'm sure we can make that happen. And I'll do my best to protect your happiness as well.
Thank you for saying that. Ulster. It means a lot. I can't always express what I feel, but I feel like you're able to understand it anyway, and that's a rare thing. You know the story already about how Loran came to be here on the material plane rather than the Feywild. When I lived with him, I guess I left a lot of myself behind and took on a mantle of something different entirely. I couldn't protect him the first time round. My priorities were in the wrong order, or I didn't see clearly what I was doing. I didn't know enough. I made mistakes. And I thought I'd gotten over that, but now that I lost Neff, even though I have her back, I don't know if I can forget the fact that it was my call that put her in the ground in the first place. I want to be someone people can rely on. I want to be someone who can lead by example, but the fact of the matter is that sometimes people who seem to have it all together just have no idea what they're doing. Well, they're making it up as they go. But you all make me want to do better. And that's all he has to say for now.
Sarah, you do a lot for everyone in this group. You've come a long way since the days I was making you a cactus to call you a prick.
He slaps the back of your hand.
There's a lot to unpack in what you just said. I think I'll start by saying that what happened to Loran was not your fault. It's always the fault of the people who do those things. And I have not forgotten. I have not forgiven. And I will continue to protect Loran against all of that. And when we're out of immediate threat of cruel murdering us all, I'll help Loran in whatever way I can. And if that involves disposing of certain people in the city, I'll do that as well. But Sarah, it wasn't your fault what happened with Neff, and I think you know that. You know that when people are hurt, when they die, there's so many things at play. There's so many factors. It could have been anything. Maybe we came in the wrong weather conditions and Neff slipped and fell because there was too much humidity. You can blame so much. I was the one who suggested that the Fae, members of our party, went into the forge. But I'm not blaming myself, even though I would have done in the past. I don't want you to blame yourself either. And I'm sure Lorella and Neff don't want you to blame yourself. Just please know that.
I will. I'll do what I can to keep that in mind. I'll try my best. Can't promise my mind won't slip. But I've got plenty around to support me. Plenty of people around to support me.
A lot of family around you to support you.
Yeah. Mind if I lean on you every now and again?
I'd like you to.
Sarah leans on your shoulder.
Brian's slightly crushed, but he's like, oh yes, this is fine.
See, I act. This is fine. This is funny. I made a joke because, you know,
it is very funny. I'm just stifling my laughter because I don't want to.
Of course.
Because if he thinks you're funnier than him, just make it worse.
Sarah looks over his shoulder and he just says, "Yeah. Did you know? When we were kids, he used to come and sneak into my bed, and I'd wake up and find him tangled at the foot, just like a cat. It was kind of funny. He would always steal the duvet. It's kind of cute.
Little brother.
Yeah.
He can be cute.
Only we know this."
Yeah. I would have liked to know you guys back then. Came into Loran's life. I think. I hope.
If
Couldn't
you
have
had
been any
been,
other time.
I think you came at the right time. But if you had been children together, it would have been funny. You would have been completely incompatible and yet also inseparable, I feel.
I'm 100% sure he would have bullied me. He had very long hair. He would have pulled it.
You would have pulled it and then realised, oh, it actually feels quite nice, and then I would have caught you two braiding it. So maybe I could have taught you how to use a sword.
Maybe you still can. I mean, if I can't do it though, maybe one day you could teach our children.
Maybe. And I think like that you see Sarazar is beginning to nod off, and maybe it's time for Allstare and whoever else to take over the watch for now. The final watch.
Lower Sarazar back into the moss. Wait, who's already done a watch again?
It's Bluey and Ruby have already done a watch, and Sarazar that was basically him doing one alone, and for the last 10 minutes he brought you out. So
Can I do it by myself?
you can, yes. Would you like to?
Yeah.
Roll me a perception check. And if there's anything you want to do, you can do it.
It's 29.
29! It's very good, yes. You see all. You see that Cass is sucking her thumb and just drooling a little bit onto Slya's collar, still like wrapped tightly around her. You see that Ruby as well is also wrapped around Bluey's tail, maybe, as it hangs off the top bunk, and she's just kind of like swaying ever so slightly as it flicks. Slya, probably dreaming of Phrynia or something along those lines. Just maybe a slight smile in her sleep. But and Loran just completely splayed, and you can see one of his hands just kind of like hitting the moss as he looks, finding you. And eventually just grabs all of the moss that was on your side and just kind of like rolls it up, burritos himself in it.
I think one thing Allstare would like to do, if he can creep around really quietly, he would like to do something he did ages ago in the season. He'd like to make little flowers for everyone.
Aww.
Just in their hands or like by their head. That's while they sleep.
Cute. Okay, you can certainly do this. All right, so as your watch comes to an end, and the rest of your party members, you watch them wake up slowly one by one. All of you, it is a new day. As you know, in the City of Brass, it doesn't really have a sunrise or a sunset to speak of, but the smog outside is thinning to reveal the light of the fires of the city, kind of just like illuminating the area in more clarity than before. And it is the day. What would you like to do? What would you like?
Mira time. But don't
Did you know
Brian
Mira is mummy in Japanese?
Mira.
Yeah.
Cass goes, wakes up and goes to the bar and makes herself a drink, and is just kind of sat quietly.
Of course.
So,
also, as you pull out the mirror, I feel like Sarazar and Loran are like at each of your shoulders, kind of like staring down, just like as if they could like look into your soul.
Cass has
we don't know.
Cass has made Brian a drink, but as it's like first thing in the morning and not everyone's an alcoholic, she has it. And she's like, she's like got it. She's like sat near Brian, and it's like sat by her feet, and she's like, "It's there if you want it."
Brian will take a modest sip, and by modest I mean he drinks half of it.
Nice.
I think Bluey would want to like not like up close or anything, but like watch Brian's face. So,
okay.
Yeah.
All right, let's do it.
How's the reaction? Yeah.
Brian hasn't seen anything yet, so it's probably just like he's preparing.
Just like seeing Bluey being like,
Everyone's just staring at Brian. Brian's like, "Hi,
Yeah. We're all just like
Yeah.
sitting around him, just like
I'm fine."
there to offer support.
"You got
Cass has
this,
like got her
sweetie."
fist around his toe and just like, yes.
That's so specific.
That is very specific. I actually quite
Well,
like
it's because
Yeah, I love
Saz
it.
and Loran are by like the shoulders, and like Cass is like basically sat at his feet, and so she's
Yeah,
just like
yeah.
holding onto his toe.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Barefoot Brian.
Okay. So,
Mhm.
Ulster, tell me exactly what it is you are looking for in the mirror.
Gonna ask the mirror what would have happened if we went ahead with our plans to stealthily break into that office in Taravan's quarters.
As you know, I'm only going to describe to you what would have happened. I'm not going to go into the mechanics of things, so I'm just going to set the scenes. All right. As you look into the mirror, you see it begin to fog over as though you're breathing on it a little too closely. But then the fog almost sort of like beads into condensation and then dissipates entirely. And you just see red as you are back in the central chamber of the volcano. All around you there is flame, lava, but without Neff there, you see your group skirting round the corridors of Taravine's Forge. In your windwalked forms, I think you would have chosen to approach. Am I wrong?
Yeah, I think we would have done Windwalk with Cass in Corporeal so she can do her what is it? Dance Macabre thing.
Sure. So you see first, leading the charge, the animated bodies of the various fire genasi that Cass wrangled into her submission. Cass then at the front, followed by your group, who you can almost recognize from the sort of like the gait of the movement of these clouds, but it's only a guess or so. But you do notably recognize the remnants of your spell, Windwalk, as you begin to make your way towards Taravine's personal quarters. Cass faces some trouble along the way, stopped by Ifrit guards, but with her masterful persuasion and with the fire genasi bodies providing enough cover to at least distract them whilst they got to the bottom of what the hell was going on there, you're able to sneak past, up through the foreman's office into Taravine's personal layers. You are faced with the metal door, which you ascertained was where the contracts were being kept earlier. As you approach, likely you would have used magic to attempt to open it. And as that magic takes hold, you feel a wave of necrotic energy just pulse out. Now, some of you are somewhat resistant to that. However, those of you who aren't, those who are less magically inclined, you see they suffer grievous wounds as their whole forms are drained of moisture, it seems. Their hands wither, their eyes get bloodshot, and then dull in colour. Now, the person with the least hit points amongst the party probably would have been Loran. So I'm just going to roll to see what would have happened to him. Okay. You watch as Loran falls to his knees, clutching. Well, he's still in his windwalk form, but I feel like you would have. Would you have changed back to approach the door? Would you deplete your windwalk?
I think the plan was to kind of like not be in the room and then send the corpses.
I see.
To try
Yeah.
and open the door.
Okay, cool, for sure. That makes sense. You see the corpses just eviscerated. But the I think seeing as the corpses probably wouldn't have the skill set required to navigate through the door, you can't quite tell right off the bat whether any traps might linger, whether the door is fully opened, whether the arcane magic really took hold. Approaching Cass, I think, in her corporeal form, reach out to open the door. It does open. To reveal darkness beyond. A walkway thrown into shadow. Checking for traps, you find that there is magic everywhere. It is almost overwhelming, but you take a hesitant step through the door and nothing happens. The rest of you take moments to change back into your regular human forms, and you make your way inside the vault. And as the final person crosses over the threshold, the door slams shut behind you, and you're completely thrown into darkness. Magical darkness. Those of you who without vision, and even those of you with dark vision, unable to see. Slya, probably then at this point, would have cast a spell for light.
I don't think she has daylight prepared, but she does have dancing lights.
Dancing lights are just subsumed by the darkness. It appears to overpower them. You reach out for each other, and you begin to pick your way forwards, blindly, just hoping you'll make it through. You make it out the other side, after what feels like far too long. And when you do, you are presented with rows and rows of shelves, labyrinthine, and most of them empty. Covered in cobwebs, hot. The floor just emanates steam from these grated vents beneath your feet. And you look down and you see that the floor you're standing on, it's much like the walkway in the main chamber. It is metal, like a grill. You can see through it. You see something moving down there. You go slowly, quietly, stealthing through. And you have to stop. Because the moment you get to a branch off, the moment you feel like, yes, this is the direction we need to go to find the contracts, you're confronted with yet another trap. You spend time figuring out how you're going to get past it. And yet again, you feel a wave of necrotic energy. And I think this is probably when Loran's role would have come into play. Also, he clutches your arm and he falls to his knees. But he doesn't die. He just
Brian would have cast an instant heal on him.
looks sick for a moment and then he's back on his feet. And you feel some of your magical energy deplete also. But you're probably able to push forwards after taking time to heal whatever wounds you would have gotten. But it's a labyrinth. Every turn feels like a wrong turn. And every time you move deeper, you hear the sounds of steam increase, intensify. Whatever is below your feet is moving more viciously. And then all at once, from right beneath you, just heat, unbearable heat, as you are encased in boiling hot condensation. And you hear the churning mechanisms of something metal beneath you, springing fully into life. A battle would have unfolded. And Ulster, in all of this, you realize quite how large this vault was. How many floors, how many layers. And that it moves and changes. And you're separated. Loran sits by your side, but you can't see the others. You can hear, but you cannot see. And it's looking at Loran and realizing that you can't let this chance go to waste that pushes you onwards. Locating the contracts. You can find them, but yet again, there is something there There is something blocking you from them. But you could reach out and take it. It's right before your hands. But you know that whoever takes that contract, they would likely not survive holding it without magical means. Do you have anything you would have tried if it came to
Is
taking
it
the
just
contract?
Brian and the one who find it?
I think because this is from your perspective purely. This is purely your future. So
I think Brian probably would have done like a proper like arcana check on it just to see if there's any way to contain it.
okay. Roll that for me. Arcana check.
Ooh, 16 plus 8 is 24.
24? Okay. This would require something like the bag of holding, maybe? Something like a interdimensional space. Because from that check, you get the impression that this was not designed to be held by mortal hands.
Okay. I think Brian probably would have asked Laurent to message Cass to see if she's nearby.
Okay. So as this is happening, the battle is still raging on, and you can still hear the noises of those metal creatures churning, fighting. And I think Laurent would have been able to get through the message. Cass, you would have been separated. You would begin to fight your way over as quick as you could. But there are foes everywhere, and you have a split second to make the choice. Do you take it?
Could she dimension door to us?
Cass?
It's the choice.
Cass. You would need to, for dimension door, do you need sight to be, do you need to be able to see the person or see the location?
Nope.
Do you need to have knowledge of the location, that it exists?
Hang on. Let me have a double check.
Or is it
the
just you
spell.
can envision, you can just
I don't
say
think so.
distance?
I think I can
Okay.
just literally go like boom and I'm done. Let me
Okay.
double check.
Roll me roll me
Hang
just
on. Dimension door, where are you? There, got you. Yeah, no, it can be a place you can see, one you can visualize, or one you can describe by stating distance and direction.
Cool. Okay. I think you could have gotten there probably within a few rounds or so. But the creatures are still there. And by this point, it would look like you've all taken a fair bit of damage. Cass arrives. Cass, what would you have done?
If I got there and Brian had told me what was the problem with the contracts, I think Cass would have tried to mage hand the contracts into the bag of holding.
Okay, for sure.
Freeze them.
You can attempt this. And you can see that when the mage hand makes contact within 5 feet of the contracts, it just fizzles out. There seems to be some kind of force around them.
Would a dispel magic at a high level possibly work?
You could do so, but you could do that for sure. So would you, I think you would look around and you would see that, there are still foes around you. So if you wanted to go for another round, you wanted to risk another 6 or so, another round is a minute, another minute down here, then you can.
Think it might be the only option.
Okay, so Brian's trying to dispel magic.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cass is watching to see if that doesn't work.
He'll use a very high level slot. Not the highest, but
sure.
probably
I think if you, without getting into the mechanics too much of it, you attempt this and yes, that would probably work. And by this point, they're within reach. But I think it's about now that you realize that Loran's in a really bad way. With that creature's abilities, it seems that with every minute that passes, it's becoming harder and harder to survive in this environment.
I think Brian would be dropping a lot of his healing magics probably on Loran.
Sure.
If the dispel magic has worked, Cass will try the mage hand again. If that doesn't work, let's see. She tries mage hand.
For sure.
On it now, the dispel magic.
Okay. Trying all of your spells, exhausting yourselves. Within moments of the contract being in your grasp, you hear the doors open. From somewhere unfathomable in the distance, a direction you cannot quite recall. Looking around, and there is a darkness quickly overwhelming you, and Cass, the last thing you can do, and also the last thing that you see, is your mage hand taking hold of the contract. And your vision is just overwhelmed by darkness as something happens. And that is as far as you can get. So you would have had the contract, yes. How many casualties? You cannot say because you were all separated. What happened after? That's not necessarily the nature of your question. But you would have gotten your hands on the contract, it seems.
Can I tell if that darkness caused us to die?
It seemed to be a magical darkness of sorts. More of a defense mechanism rather than your actual death. Also,
so did the entire future just stop then?
Yes. It seems that from the point that you were able to grasp a contract, or you were able to see one of your party members grasp the contract, the future there was just a pause. And there was darkness. Whether that was, you get the impression that was partially in the vision, in the future that was seen in the mirror as well, but also because the mirror was done, and then you just see your own reflection looking back at you.
Huh. I think Brian puts the mirror down. So, I don't think we'll be able to get the contract. I can tell you what I saw, but there's a lot guarding. A lot. And once we actually got to it, they couldn't see anything else. Whatever that means, I don't know.
Sarahza would say, we were able to get to it though. And I think that at the very least, that should give us some hope.
Whatever happened at the end, I've never seen that before. It didn't feel like death, but there are worse things than death, and a few of you were very close to it. I don't think we would all survive getting the contract. In fact, I don't know what would happen to our souls if we did that.
Loran says, that could be it. That could be what happened. Maybe your soul was trapped or something. Or maybe the mirror just couldn't fathom it. What would happen beyond that point?
Ooh, Emma, can I ask an interesting question?
Sure.
Did it feel anything like when Karul put Brian in like a soul stasis, say?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was thinking about making you roll for that, but I wanted to see if you came up with it naturally.
Okay. Then Brian will stay. I felt it before, actually. It's in another future I checked. Karul did this to me. Putting my soul somewhere where I just didn't exist. In nothingness. If we get that contract, I don't think it's our dead bodies we have to worry about. captured souls.
The bodies would live, Sarasa says, but the souls would be held hostage, essentially. That's probably a pretty good defense mechanism there. But if we could get it in our hands, if Cass could hold it in Mage Hand. No, that doesn't make sense. I'm just trying to see if there was a way we could have possibly gotten it into a dimensional space without interacting with it.
Guys, do you mind if we pause for 1 minute? I've just got to go get some painkillers. I'll be back.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, Lily. I'm just all right. This isn't funny, but I'm kind of imagining Cass like tying like the bag of colding like a butterfly net and just going like,
Bless you.
That's not like a serious suggestion, but that's just the image I've got in my head, like going fishing for the contracts. Like I will catch you. But yes, it's a lot more serious than that, obviously.
For sure.
Oh, poor baby Lily. Oh my god, that is a lot of notes that I was just like getting out there.
Yeah.
Oh fuck, that is a lot. Oh, I love it. I love it. Yeah. TLDR, you managed to get past the defenses with major casualties. You were separated, were able to get the contract, but at what cost? That would have been a pretty good TLDR.
Was the thing that Brian remembered experiencing through the mirror, was it like the souls being basically apprehended, or was it just being like obliterated in some way? Like, or was that not a distinction that?
You can ask him about that.
I was interpreting it more like you get trapped in a soul coin. Almost.
Yeah. I kind of I mean, I don't know without knowing, but kind of almost like you're trapped and then they can kind of deal with you later if they wanted to.
Printing money for the city. Yeah.
I wonder what would happen to Cass, considering she's not actually in possession of her soul. It'd be an interesting one. Where would Cass
you saw in the mirror was
Brian's.
from Ulster's perspective.
Yeah.
So it was as much Ulster's experience.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I'd be curious to see like what
Sure.
Cass's experience would have been.
Would
she be experiencing the same thing, or would she suddenly alarm be like, "Oh, hello"?
I drew another version of myself. Look, it's me.
Hello.
God,
Wow.
Nichijou.
Emma.
Oh, it's me. I'm doing this because I'm going to make an animation about my daily life in Japan. My portfolio. And I want it to be really, really simple line art so that it's easy. I'm going to do it watercolor backgrounds, but then the animation is going to be placed on top manually with tracing paper.
Yeah.
So that it'll have like a kind of...
That's really cool.
Yeah. I've seen like people do composite animations that way kind of before, but I kind of want to give it a go.
Is daily life Nichijou or Seikatsu? Or am I remembering that wrong? Yeah.
Yeah. Daily life is Nichijou Seikatsu. And then
It's daily vlog.
Nichijou is just daily.
But
Seikatsu
how would you
is
say
life
daily
lifestyle. In my Nichijou Seikatsu, I've used Japanese all the time. And I'm getting worse at it, shockingly, because I'm getting good at the stuff that I say all the time, getting bad at the stuff I never use. But I suppose it's just language, isn't it?
That's pretty much just language. I remember when I was...
Lisa. I'll BRB.
Sure.
Okay.
Anyone got a good idea on how to translate Sasuga into English?
Sasuga.
Sasuga. But of course is the closest I could get in my brain.
That's
But
actually
of
pretty
course.
good. I like that. That works.
Soshite person's name. Soshite person's name, I just said. And then the person's name. But, someone was like, Atarimae is like, it's a given.
Yeah.
But Sasuga was the other thing they asked me, and I was like, I can't really put that into words in English.
That's really similar though. Like the
I
nuance
understand.
is very slight. Welcome back.
Lily, do you have
Yeah.
a good translation into English for Sasuga? Like Sasuga Lily or Sasugaima?
Like that's really
That's so
just
Emma.
like, yeah, like just
That's-
like, yeah.
Yeah. Or like I feel like it has more of like a like kind of just like an acknowledgement of skill attached to it. Does that make sense? Like of naturally so
Yeah,
and so would be
naturally
able to do
Khalifa,
this.
yeah.
Naturally. But there's not like a nice clean.
No, it's not.
Oh.
I think like that's just like is probably the
Yeah.
closest.
Mm.
Yeah, I like that. Also, look, I drew myself. Look at me.
God. God.
How do you do that? How do you draw? How the fuck do you do that?
You can draw, Anna. I've seen you draw.
It's been
see
a
if I can
long
do this.
time.
So, I'm gonna draw Lily. I just draw the
It's gonna be a
face,
flower, isn't it?
and then
Good pun.
I'm gonna draw the hair, and then I'm gonna draw the neck, and then I'm gonna draw a shirt with big sleeves.
I'm curious.
It's actually quite nice. This is very relaxing.
And then I'm gonna draw feet. I've never drawn holding the paper up before, so this might not be great. It's not amazing, but like, it's like...
Oh, it's cute.
Oh my god!
That's
I think it would
adorable.
be better if I held it down, so I'm gonna do it again.
Oh my
Adorable.
god! Never
is-
throw that away.
Drawing
That's
with Emma.
adorable. Yeah.
My new favorite channel.
Yay! Haha, Thomas, I'm coming for your brand.
My brand. We got Emma the Mario speedrunner coming to take over my channel.
I would be so bad at that. I suck at Mario.
Oh.
Bias Chronicles.
I'm really good at the Nintendo
World
on like the
record.
handheld DS, but not as much on the.
Don't worry, I only put in
Yeah.
about 400 hours over the last 2 months. You could do that, I think. You just need to put in the time.
Wow.
Anyone can do it.
Wow.
That's
I
the
played
secret.
no, I didn't play the Mario you did though. I played a lot of Mario Kart and a lot of like Super Mario.
Yeah.
How you doing, Lils? You
How you
alright?
feeling?
Are we on stream?
We are right now. You want us
Yeah.
to you want me to put us on BRB for a bit?
Maybe. So
Alright,
I can
we'll be right
be
back.
less embarrassed.
Stay tuned. We'll be back for more antics in a few moments. Alright. Boom audio is back and cameras are back. Hello, welcome.
Amazing. Hello.
Hello.
All right. So, as you're all gathered around the mirror, does anybody have anything they want to say? Anything they want to ask?
I'd love to insight check Brian.
Okay.
Am I allowed to? Darling. Darling.
Darling Brian.
Captain. Can I insight check? Is it?
Yeah, inside.
May I? Am I sensei?
Yes, of course you may. Go for it.
Okay. Ooh. 8. How's he doing on an 8?
Well,
He is
Ryan?
about to break down. He is on the verge of tears.
Okay.
That's actually quite promising in the long run. But it's fine.
I think Cass is also.
He's
gonna
so
insight.
fragile. He's so on the brink.
This isn't a 1.
Dirty 20. Nice, because my insight rolls are not good.
Yeah, because there is some truth to it, Anna.
He has a slight resting sad face at the moment. Maybe he'll break
Lils?
down. Maybe that's just his face. It's up to you.
Dirty 20. How you doing? How's my
He's-
baby Brian doing?
I feel like he expected it to be bad. He's probably curious. I think that's the main emotion. He's like, I wonder how they're doing this soul separation thing. But also he is a little bit traumatized. I wasn't lying. He's like,
I think seeing that Cass is gonna like I just don't want to say this and you guys be like, ooh, but like just like kind of crawl onto his lap and like hug him
oh, he'll hug us.
very tightly and like grow a little flower, like tuck it behind.
On top of her head, please say she grows on top of her head.
Oh, yeah, she goes on top of her head and tucks one behind his ear.
Yay. He's like, oh, it's alright, Cass. Pat, pat.
Yeah, she's just gonna hold on even tighter.
Brian just shuffles to make Cass more comfortable.
Aw.
So, thoughts and feelings, reflections on that.
Loran says, I think I need to go back to wizard school because I've no idea what's going on. Corvius and my mother may need to be brought in as associates, consultants. I know.
Message.
I know. This might take a little bit more explaining than that, but if meeting in the embassy doesn't go well, maybe we'll have to put it on the back burner, maybe for now.
We need another plan. We've spoken to Foss, and Foss has a lot of information. Cass, still on Brian's lap, by the way, and always hugging him, shares all the information from yesterday so that everyone's in the loop. So we need a backup plan to the diplomacy one. This, getting into the contracts, it is still an option, but doesn't sound like the best backup plan that we have. So can we think of another one?
If, for example, how do I explain? Just what if we broke it? Well, not we broke in, but like if we managed to take out Taravine somehow, surely the whole forge would just be in disarray. We could probably exploit that, but it would mean having to take out a pit fiend first. And if my Lord of the Hells is anything to go by, if you were to fight a fiend where they're vulnerable, aka outside of their lair, so I assume that's the forge, I don't necessarily think any other fiends or any other entities of that nature or persuasion would step in to stop you, because remember, they're all about hierarchy. So if you were to lure Taravine somewhere where he was vulnerable and then just go all out on him, full KO, well, maybe that could be something. Maybe that might throw his forge into disarray and we could exploit that. That's my backup plan, 2 cents. It's not amazing, but like, I mean, it's better than being like
the backup
separated
plan
from our soul.
the diplomacy is to like go speak to him in the embassy, and it goes to shit, and we go, Taravine, follow us, and lead him to somewhere else, and then just whack on him.
Well, also,
Boss
you
to it.
summon demons to his circle, so we could just draw him out of his lair that way as well.
Could do that. Definitely could do that.
I can bind fiends, but it takes a very long time.
We could try this too.
If we bound him, he could just give us the contracts.
We need to summon him. Let me check. Your spell.
Cool. What spell are you referring to?
Udo Memento.
Mhm.
I don't think I
Also-
currently have it prepared.
Cass can like summon demons or fiends. Hang on, let me see what I can. Infernal calling.
Do I?
I can summon a devil from the 9 hells. Just so like.
Unfortunately, devils and demons are different. So
Mhm.
you would not be summoning forth a pit fiend.
No, God, no. Cass isn't suggesting that. But if we were fighting him in the idea that the hells, we're trying to go like pit them against each other.
Got
pun
it.
intended,
It's called planar
then-
binding.
we could do that.
Cool. Okay, I understand you.
Takes 1 hour. We need a jewel to do it, worth 1,000 gold pieces. But it's like not super guaranteed to work. So I can read it out. You summon it into a
I'm just
center of
reading
an
it.
inverted magic circle. Yeah. Okay then. Well, everyone else, you can also find it, I guess.
At the completion of casting, the target must make a charisma saving throw. On a failed save, it is bound to serve you for the duration. If the creature was summoned or created by another spell, on the spell's duration. Okay? A bound creature must follow your instructions to the best of its ability. You might command the creature to accompany you on an adventure, to guard a location, or deliver a message. If the creature is hostile to you, it strives to twist your words to achieve its own objectives. If the creature carries out your instructions completely before the spell ends, it travels to you to report this fact, if you're on the same plane of existence. If you are on a different plane of existence, it returns to the place you found it and remains there until the spell ends. Duration 24 hours. You can try it. You know the limitations of it. It's basically written there. And you can express that to the group.
Oh, expression to the group.
He'd probably notice if you were going to try and cast a spell on him for an hour, right?
That's why you'd put them in a binding circle.
Oh, okay. But also the jewel.
Well, we could do it on another plane of existence. That's the only thing if we did want to enlist Serena or Corvius to help us.
Okay.
Remember, this is the backup option.
That would mean having to travel back here, though, which is complicated because it doesn't seem
Well, no,
physically
because we
possible
can we can just ask him to give us the contract. He'd probably throw it at us because he's hostile. And by throw it, I mean cover it in necrotic magic and ram it down our throats so we die. But it's worth trying.
I have another idea. Not sure it's a good one. What if we led all the workers in a revolt?
That sounds like it would take time and effort.
Yeah, it would.
I personally like it. I will prepare the red berets, Bluey. But maybe that's when we do in tangent with killing the pit fiend if we have to fight him.
So diplomacy first?
We have levels. Diplomacy, luring him into a binding circle, revolution. And we can use... I'm just going to assume we're all in a private sanctum because you had one established. We can use Foss to lure him to somewhere he might be more vulnerable.
Use
Maybe-
Foss's collateral.
Maybe use Foss as collateral.
Hey, Slayer.
They could get a nice big fluffy bed, put a binding circle underneath the bed. They wouldn't even see it coming.
Put some ropes in there, make it very appealing.
God.
Blue, you were saying
I'm
a
sure you can
thing?
get some from the Maasai.
Yes, I was.
Fuck. We can use that box. No, I don't want to. I don't. No.
We'd
Have
never be
you
able to use that.
guys ever heard of the spell rope trick? That's all.
That's all.
And it sounded like a very boring spell, but
Yeah.
obviously my imagination
Entangle.
was too small.
Wow, so many options.
So many options. There actually really are.
Hey, Slayer.
Yeah. Yes,
Do you have a
Blue.
spell called thaumaturgy?
Or
Yes, I do.
thaumaturgy, that's my favourite.
Not in front of everyone.
Not in front of everyone.
In front of the children.
I like the
I don't know what we
expression.
do with thaumaturgy.
That expression right after said so much. It's like, that's my favorite. Purse's lips.
Yep. Thaumaturgy, minor illusion, prestidigitation, my wheelhouse right there.
What?
No, but
I mean,
really,
we don't-
thaumaturgy.
Thorn whip. That's a
What?
nice one.
That's,
Oh my
that's an
God.
arrow thing.
Felista
A little
blushes
bit of
somewhere.
damage.
A little bit of
A little bit of damage never hurt anyone.
damage.
Yes, Blue, I have thaumaturgy. What do you need to use it for?
Well, with such
That's
a
my pickup
spell-
line at bars. I have thaumaturgy.
With such a spell, you can imitate the voice of someone else, correct?
It's really good
Yep.
for rebounds.
Right.
Yes, I can create a. Yeah, I could, in theory,
yeah.
create the sound of. sounds.
What if we don't have to dupe Terravine, but what if we say have Slayer deliver the short message that Foss instructed us to say, but like it's actually said in Foss's voice, and that could be so emotionally.
She could recreate
Charged.
voice, the sound of like Foss's message in his ear. Yeah.
Oh yeah! Oh,
Or we could record other sounds.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that, but I thought,
Fucking hell.
As
We are having
Starvine
a-
rocks up with like a bouquet of like wilting dead flowers and some rotten chocolate, like, ooh, yeah.
Some like cursed chocolate, like really cursed.
No, I know, like a dwarf doner kebab. Like,
Oh no.
Oh, no.
All I wanted when I pitched this game
Christmas.
back in 2018 was some fun, high fantasy shenanigans. Maybe a
I
dragon.
did it.
Maybe some dungeons. Not
We did
this
it.
kind of
We've
freaking
got some
dungeons with
dungeons.
dragons doing this bullshit. No!
We haven't
No!
actually seen a dragon. We don't know what they're up to, other than flying into the city, disappearing, and not coming back out.
Very
I
proud.
am.
Dude, I love this crew so much. It's like,
I
we
am
see a dragon, sure,
disgusted.
but is Taravine a bottom?
No! Oh my! This is why I can't use any of my notes. You guys spend far too long.
Fucking around.
I'm having a strop. I'm having a strop, and there's nothing you can do. This is what I'm doing to end. I don't know why, but my emotions have told me this is the movement I have to make.
It's okay.
Emma, you're a bit laggy.
Let it all out.
your strop is lagging, Emma.
Yeah.
I know.
I moved it that way. It's on purpose.
I don't even know how to end this session. We've kind of got to wrap up in like 2 minutes. Loran's like, well, guys, I'm glad that we've got these 3 tiers of plans. And that sounds great. Ulster, we can take charge of making noises.
I don't want to record those noises. Thank you.
Also, I was like opening his mouth. I was like, no.
Guys,
I didn't actually hear the full line. Taking charge of what?
recording the noises. And guys, that's where the game's going to wrap up for this evening.
Wow. What a beautiful, magical journey.
This has been great.
No, I'll give it more of a proper narrative ending. As you guys finalize-ish your plans to lure Taravine.
Wait, I'm confused. Are we going for like so? Our diplomacy first option is to lure him to like a sordid bedchamber, boss like bound on the middle of the bed.
No,
Diplomacy.
I mean,
Or is it that we're going to the embassy? They're two very different things.
if anyone ever asks Lily and I about, bran flakes,
the origins.
the origins, I think we're just going to point them to this session.
Yeah. Top-notch content right here.
This is that
Right.
meme with the guy with the butterfly. Is this diplomacy?
No, and the butterfly is just like a bound foss. Just like, yes.
It's like Neff's classic. Is this lawful good?
That's with a whip.
Oh.
Yeah.
Foss likes the thought whip. He gets it.
Oh my god.
Foss can get it.
No!
Get it.
No.
What the hell?
So maybe the real narrative of this whole game is to get Foss and Taravine to reunite.
Back
and
together.
Yes!
Like a murderous
Oh my
hobo
God.
husband.
That's our new
But like on the
objective.
side they have a yoga business that's very
Guys,
popular.
You already have
Aw.
far too many quests and not enough levels yet left.
We haven't leveled in like 30
You're not
sessions or
going
something.
Let's keep that way. We like being here forever.
You will level when you leave this plane.
Which will be never.
Yeah.
Never. It's like the Messiah arc that was supposed to last half a session.
And it was 3 sessions in one single day.
That was amazing.
Yeah.
Was it, guys?
Yeah, at
It
least
was.
we're
Okay,
moving
so-
faster than then.
Right. Let me just find a way to wrap this up.
Felt like a fever dream almost.
Try and control your children, Emma.
It's not my children I'm worried about.
I feel like Emma's trying to like corral us into some sort of normality right now.
Something, anything resembling the end of a session so that I can use it to springboard my notes for next game. With your plans for diplomacy and failing that, the luring of Taravine using Foss as commodity, and then failing that, Viva la Revolution, you guys finish up your planning for the day and move to head to the Forge, Ballista's Forge. And that's it. We're done.
Yeah, let's go.
Finally over.
Good sesh, guys.
Thanks, guys.
We did this together.
Yeah.
You did this.
We did it.
This was a joint effort.
It was a group effort. And a
Jeez.
successful one at that, I have to say. This is a W in my book.
We definitely passed the vibe check here.
This is the most I've laughed in such a condensed amount of time. It's truly amazing.
So, who's going to be
It's a
the
compliment.
sign off today?
Who's? I feel
No,
like it's got to be
I'm not
Foss
doing
with the hopes of
I've
reunion.
decided it's not me.
Okay.
Fucking hell, right.
Wait, one of us could do it. Do you want us to roll for?
I will do
for
it.
sign
No,
off?
I'll do it. You want it to be false?
Yes.
Yeah.
What is he even like? I forgot. Okay, cool.
An old man running down a slide with a whip.
God.
All right, so everyone, this session really took me back to my youth with Charovai and the time we spent together late at night. The time we spent together frolicking through the gardens of weed. But now, we must wait to see whether we will be reunited for another week. Join us again to see exactly what goes down.
We know what goes down.
Around 8:30 a.m. UK time, 5:30 p.m. Japan time, 7:30 p.m. Australia time, and God knows when in the morning.
Clocks change next week for me, so I think it's 2:30.
2:30 a.m. God has spoken. Text time.
Aelin is God confirmed.
See you next time, and
I knew it.
Goodbye.
don't forget the safe word. Goodbye. Please let it end. Safe.
Thanks, Emma, for the sesh.
Thomas.
Thank
It was a
you.
great session.
I
Thank
love
you.
you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. It was
Bye.
amazing.
Thank you.